Education Council. And he is in the same pledge class as me. He started his presidency on July 1st, 2022. So we kind of joined together. And I can't imagine that anybody here doesn't already know Kirk, but just to be sure, he has a 32, a long record as serving as a school teacher and a highly regarded school teacher. The amazing part is at the same time, he spent 32 years as an elected representative in our House of Delegates and 2 years serving as the speaker. He's served as the president of the council since 22, but even prior to that, he has always been a strong proponent of education. And through his entire elected career, he was a particular proponent of higher education and his relationship to business in the Commonwealth. So his experience is that intersection of business, education, and government, which is not only highly valuable to us, it's really rare to have such an individual. In April, we had the pleasure of having Kirk on campus, where we gave him a tour of some of the economic development issues that we were working on, and in particular, working to understand our work-based learning opportunities for our students. And we're also honored to introduce our second guest, who happens to be an alum. So Mark Pace, he serves on the Virginia Business Higher Education Council as well. He is an alum from our Davis College, where he has a degree in a BBA in management, although it probably wasn't called the Davis College when you graduated, but it is now. So, he is the fourth generation family member to run the presidency of the EC Pace Company, which is a general contracting company in Roanoke, which really is a broad range of contracting services, which I learned about. He was also a former one of you. He served on the Board of Visitors previously, up through the roles of Vice Rector. So we are delighted to have them here. And so if you could please help me welcome President Cox and Mark Pace back to Radford University.
Well, thank y'all so much. We're going to tag team this a little bit. Actually, Mark is a much more interesting guy than I am. I'm laughing. So we're trying to decide how to divide these slides up. So I'm going to do the first two, then Mark's going to do them. So I said, well, Mark, can I give you a call so we can decide that up? And he goes, well, I'm blasting. I go, you're blasting? So you're really blasting? Yeah, he's the president of a blasting company. So he's actually out in the field. So that's a pretty cool thing. I never got to do that. So what we're going to do is tell you a little bit about the Virginia Business Higher Education Council. And so obviously that's me and Mark. So if you look up here, you'll see that we are a nonprofit, nonpartisan partnership among Virginia business and higher education leaders, and most active such partnership in the 50 states. And what I mean by that is you don't see many organizations that have a really active higher ed component on their board and a business component. I think there are very, very few states that have that. They have one or the other. So very proud of that. You can see what our top priority are: paid internships for all students in creating affordable talent pathways that cause students to stay in Virginia for full-time employment. Stay in Virginia is key after graduation. So you can sort of see our board membership. You'll recognize a lot of people from around here. Obviously, the Nancy Agees, and you can sort of, look and see some of the other folks, Haywood Fralin, obviously Mark, Debbie Petrine. We've just added, which we're very proud of, Amazon. We've just added Bank of America. So if you look down, you can see our higher education leaders. Every college president is ex officio on our board. So that's our board. So a lot of you are saying, so what's growth for Virginia? You have this Virginia Business Higher Education Council. Well, in the 2000s, we went through two big recessions, obviously the last one being around 2010. And a lot of the business community really felt like that a lot of the burden had been shifted on tuition to students and their parents. And look, the reality of life, I was in the legislature for 32 years, is tough. I mean, generally K-12, health, et cetera, when you're in a recession, sometimes gets the funding. And so we really wanted to step up and make sure that people were advocating for higher ed. So we put together this advocacy program, and you can see it's called Growth of Virginia. You knew it formerly by Growth by Degrees. It was to demonstrate the economic value of higher education, generate business and grassroots support for investment that will make Virginia the top state for talent and paid internships and affordable talent pathways broadly available Virginia colleges. So what does this campaign look like? And I'm going to a little bit more detail on some of this. We do a bunch of stuff. We do an economic impact analysis. We've got a new one coming out probably in about 2 months, and it just simply shows the ROI of higher ed, which I think is very valuable because a lot of businesses want to know that. And so we have a new one coming out on that. We do policy research and development, for example, better alignment with workforce needs, curriculum. I'm going to talk a little bit about our polling. This is a little bit unusual. We have a Democratic firm and a Republican firm do a very comprehensive poll on every aspect of higher ed. What do people think about it? And so I'm going to talk a little bit about that. We brief statewide and legislative candidates, and you can sort of see the rest of them. So our policy priorities, I'm going to go some of these through pretty quickly. We have 4 big policy priorities. Talent, I think a lot of you know this. You know, when I got into the legislature, it was, can a governor land the big Fortune 500 company? And that's important. But frankly, if you're going to be successful in the next 20 years, you better be the talent state. You better be able to attract talent from other states and keep talent. So that's obviously one of our big goals in keeping students in Virginia. Affordability, and that's a big goal of y'all, especially first-gen students. Innovation, particularly want to support research and problem-solving, innovation, and then opportunity. So what's your campaign look like? We're sort of what we call in the quiet phase, that's spring and summer. So probably the two, and I've highlighted 2 of them, 2 of the bigger things we're doing right now is administration and caucus candidate poll briefings and the bipartisan statewide poll sort of using that. You can see some key upcoming dates for us. So look at this one. I think this one's really interesting. So here's one of our challenges, and I think it's one of your challenges. And that is the legislature is going through an incredible shift. So if you go and look at 23-24, you will see 18 retiring House members and 14 seeking other office, mainly the Senate. Now, that's probably going to get up to 40 because if you think about it, some of them are going to lose in their primary election. That comes June 20th. And some are going to lose in the general election. So my guess is you can have a turnover of 40. Now, if you look historically, 01, 02, 9, and 10, in redistricting years, you always have turnover, but never like this. And you can look at the Senate and see the same thing. The reason I make that point is we know it's crucial to get to legislators that are suddenly going to rise dramatically in seniority. And also, frankly, to get to a lot of the new candidates and tell them about who we are, what we're promoting. And we're a little bit unusual in the fact that we want them to actually incorporate some of our ideas in their campaigns. And we'll talk about that in a second. So a lot of you might have seen this. And we're hit with this a lot when we go around and talk. This is the Wall Street Journal poll, which got a lot of play. And it's not good. If you look at the chart in the middle, it says when it comes to getting a 4-year college degree, which of the following statements comes closer to your point of view? A 4-year college education is worth the cost because people have a better chance to do a good job and earn more income over their lifetime, or not worth the cost because people often graduate without specific job skills and with a large amount of debt to pay off. So you can see that we went from sort of positive 53-40 to right now a negative 42-56. And that's not a good sign. A lot of people talk to me about that particular poll. And if you look at the side, that's what the Wall Street Journal sort of talks about, or the reasons why a lot of people, have a negative view on higher ed. So the good news. Now, this polling data I'm going to show you today is from 2021. We're going to release the new poll in the fall, and I will tell you, it tracks almost exactly. So this data is probably 2 or 3 points off. And I'll even maybe throw in a few data points from the new poll. But it says in Virginia, the story is completely different. Large majorities of voters in both parties believe our colleges deliver good value to students and are crucial for growing Virginia's economy. So you can see that how important would you say Virginia's public colleges and community colleges are to improving the state and local economy? Very important, 50%. So any of you that have ever been in the polling world know that intensity is everything. And so if you get over 40% intensity to say we're highly favorable, whatever. That's a really, really good number. You can see that's got 50% intensity. And then you've got one, in your opinion, is having a college education still a good value, even though it has become more expensive. And you can see that one is 77 to 33. So that's very good. And I thought this is interesting. We asked the question a little bit differently this year. Because one of the things I said is, let's make sure that we're asking a tough question, not just a softball question. So we asked it this way: is it a good value, even though some college graduates have trouble finding work in their chosen field of study? And it still polls 76%. So that's good news. I mean, even with that negative out there. So this is an interesting slide from Smart Asset. So why is Virginia different? Virginia colleges, they say, earn the top national ranking for performance and value with some of the nation's highest graduation rates and most impressive returns on investments. So we're generally ranked 1 or 2 as far as national rankings. You can see at the bottom, it really gives you sort of 3 things we do very well. And that is undergraduate graduation rate, 72%, student to faculty ratio, less than 16 students per faculty member. And here's the big one, 20-year return on investment. And that's about $403,000. So, and we can't avoid this slide. Free speech is a big deal. You know, a lot of times when I go see legislators, is one of the first, I'm trying to get to the economic development, the ROI, and they say, well, what about free speech? And a lot of people don't know about this yet, but I think this is very important. The college presidents in Virginia got together, and this is from the Richmond Times-Dispatch. You can see gave, I think, a very, very strong statement on free speech, which obviously as an old government teacher, I think is very, very important. So I thought I'd show you that slide. You can read it. So I'll pause for a second, give you a chance to look at that. But I think that was very important for us to be able to say that. I'm sure you're fast readers, so I'll move on. Our top-ranked higher education system is a source of great pride for Virginia voters, whether they are Republicans or Democrats. So one of the messages we try to tell legislators when we go see them is, this is an interesting way to put it, we're not a good punching bag. And so what I mean by that is, you know, obviously there are some populist attacks on higher ed, but if you look at the polling data and what Virginia voters are saying, it's probably not really smart politically to do that. So once again, you can see some of these statistics. In your opinion, how proud should people who live in Virginia feel regarding our system of public colleges, universities, and community colleges? You notice when we poll, we try to have GOP, Democrats, independents. Independents are really interesting folks right now. No child, men, women. You can see that's pretty consistent across the board. So I thought one of the things we try to do is I've said, we're going to set up, hopefully very soon, an appointment with the governor, 4 of his cabinet secretaries. Obviously, one of my good friends, Todd Gilbert, who's the speaker, you know, obviously on the Senate side also. We also had a lot of them come in and do, which I'll talk about in a second, do videos on sort of the economic development piece and the value add of higher ed. So this is not a video, even though we got Governor Youngkin, but you can see what he says in a recent press release with the CEO of VDDP about semiconductor and microelectronics ecosystem, but basically saying the key to this whole initiative is going to be higher ed. And then, of course, you can see Senator Janet Howell, obviously, who is co-chair of the Senate Finance Committee, talking about the key to higher ed. And then Speaker Gilbert, who said we have world-class universities here in Virginia, and many of them are doing things in various disciplines that are at top of their field, really the envy of other states and universities. And here's what he's saying, though, which is the key. And I think that investing in those successes and putting your money there and expanding them is a necessary precursor to expanding our economic opportunities here in Virginia. So this is a slide we like to show a lot. Now, this is old. This is 2017. As I said, Weldon Cooper is doing basically an ROI for us, which will come out in about a month. We sort of checked in with them, and they say, I think you'll be pleased with the results. They actually might be up some. We'll see. So you can sort of, once again, see the economic impact analysis, the gross state product, jobs, revenue, And so that's a very, very good selling point when you're going and talking to the business community and other folks. So we started asking a series of questions, which I thought was interesting, is, are you more or less likely to vote for a candidate if they do X? So we probably have literally in the new poll 25 slides like this. Believe me, I'm not going to torture you. But here's one. 75% of Virginia voters are more likely to vote for a candidate for the General Assembly who says that higher education is one of the best investments Virginia can make because of high ROI. And you can see more likely 75%, less likely 14%. If you look over, you'll see Republicans at 72% more likely, Democrats 83%. And so you have pretty good numbers no matter what political party you're talking about. This is the last slide I'm going to do. I'm going to turn it over to Mark on internships. So in our new polling, these are sort of the 8 investments we tested. And just because of time today, we won't hit them all. But today, I think we particularly like to invest in internships that help students pay for college and get good jobs. Invest in strategies to attract talent and keep students in Virginia after graduation. And invest in meeting the workforce needs of current and future Virginia businesses. So with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mark, who's going to sort of do the internship piece and some other things of that nature.
Okay, how many people in the room went to a Virginia state funded university? Look where you are today. You're still in Virginia. Congratulations. That's what we talk about retention. Now, how many of you had an internship back in? I'm not going to say a date range because then somebody's going to get mad at me. How many had an internship? 2, 3, 4? Yep. 5. Okay. Think about that today. How much we talk about internships and how important it is. I had an internship, but we didn't call it an internship. We called it keep Mark out of trouble in the summertime. So I'm going to make him dig ditches so he's too tired to do anything else. That was my dad's philosophy. It worked really well too. But that does work as an internship as well. But all kidding aside, when you talk about Virginia and the retention of the students, that's a big deal. Currently, we're losing them. Where are we losing them to? Anybody want to take a big guess? Charlotte. How many of the kids say, I can't wait to go to Charlotte? My son's girlfriend is in Charlotte. She was a Virginia Tech grad. Everybody wants to go to Washington. I don't know why, but that's still sort of the state, but it's kind of sketchy for me. Our tax dollars are paying for this. They're paying for Virginia Tech, UVA, all the state funded schools. Why are we not keeping them? Right? It's our money. And now we're letting North Carolina reap the rewards of our taxes. They have a lot better system as far as paying for their universities. So do a lot of others, Tennessee, what else? Pennsylvania. Yeah. Yep. We're losing. We're gaining, but we're losing at the moment. It's ridiculous that we're paying state tax dollars to educate these young men and women, and now we lose them. So that's a lot about what this internship is talking about. And what I want to do is I'm going to be very personal when it talks about construction, because that's what I do. So I'm going to use that as references when I'm moving forward specifically, but obviously it goes across any discipline in this education. So, you know, these success careers, again, they resonate strongly with voters. I mean, this is a big deal. They say, you know, okay, you're going to spend $100,000+ and what are they going to do when they get out? If you're an intern, you know pretty much what you're going to do. Or better yet, you decide, ooh, I hate that job. That is awful. I didn't realize that I had to get up at 6 a.m. and wear work boots and do whatever. Construction's terrible, or whatever it is. Great. Learn it early so then you can go into a practice that you really enjoy. So internships, they go a broad spectrum here. But again, this is political, but this is very much for Radford University. And this is where we're talking about what's Radford's #1 issue right now? Enrollment. What if you twisted it and said, these are the kids Radford's spitting out. This is the dollars that they're making as they come out. And these are the internships we're putting them in every single year. And guess what? These employers want them, and they want them bad. That's where you get your enrollment. You've got to beat everybody to the punch. And I take that personally because I'm Radford. So internships considered very important. not only for STEM majors, but especially students gaining liberal arts degrees, because everybody says, oh, liberal arts. Oh, here we go. What are you going to do with that? You want fries with that? What's the joke that you hear all the time, right? Wrong. Liberal arts is huge. These young men and women today have a hard time with critical thinking. They don't have to think critically. They have to pick up their phone to find the answer. A lot of these liberal arts are really training these kids in different ways that they really, really need. It's important. I mean, when we're out on a construction site, something goes sideways every day. You have to think critically and quickly. You're not going to Google the answer. You've got to figure it out. So a lot of this curriculum, the internships provide practical work experience. Certificate programs are a big deal. You're seeing it a lot in the community colleges. I mean, as far as loader operators, you're seeing things like that. The community colleges are switching quickly. They can adapt quicker. They're really finding the niche, kicking these students out, send them to us, Carillion, others. The big goal, every student who attends Virginia colleges and universities will have the opportunity for at least one paid internship in the field of their study without extending the time it takes to complete their degree. Well, that's easy. Summertime. We've had interns over Christmas break. It doesn't have to be a long time. It just has to be an introduction, an understanding of what the work is. That's a big deal, and it's huge with voters. It's a big deal with the senators and the congressmen. If you want money here at the university and you want your students, I highly suggest you pay a lot of attention to these details. Campus internship centers, listing on the online portals, small business matching grants, go out, find your businesses, knock on their doors. I can promise you they want their name at the top of the list. I'm going to hit some highlights on that in just a little bit. Financial aid to help with their expenses. Part of what this group is doing also is helping businesses get money to pay for interns, so that it's more likely that other businesses, very small businesses who couldn't afford it, are like, well, wait a minute, if you're going to pay for half their internship or maybe the whole part, yeah, absolutely, I want as many interns as I can get. That's just great. That's help. So we're trying to look at this as a full circle. Okay. This is the fun part. The brain drain. Ugh, I don't even want to talk about the brain drain with the young kids today. It's leaking out quickly. It's mind-numbing. Making it more likely that Virginia graduates will stay and take a full-time job here by establishing partnerships. Look, 96% to 4%. Because of internship, work study, real work world experiences. Providing new student loans that will be forgiven for the student remains employed in Virginia for 5 years after graduation. Oppose and support. Attracting more talented out-of-state students to Virginia through national ranking, marketing campaigns. Same thing. Look, 78-22. Of course, we want to grab students from out of state. Why wouldn't we? That's great. University actually can make some money off of that. At least we used to be able to. I think we still can, right? Yeah, I see the smile over there. That means yes. That's a large part of this. All right, Virginia is more likely to vote for a candidate with a plan to address workforce shortages. Absolutely. I mean, let's pick on Carillion for just a minute, only because I know Mark Lawrence. Are you going to vote for somebody that's going to say we're going to churn out more nursing students? No, you're not going to, are you? You're not going to help them out at all. I mean, Radford's churning out nursing students, hopefully by the hundreds. It's immediate job placement, right? It's a big deal. I mean, you guys need to be selling that, the internships. I mean, you've got somebody sitting in the room. I know why he's sitting here. That's a huge part of it. And just nursing is one. Work-based learning tied to economic, non-economic postgraduate success. So I think this number is honestly a little low, but I'm not going to argue with the math here. Look at the annual personal income. Bachelor's degree, it's plus $13,000 is what you're going to get. Bachelor's degree recipients since 1960. Look, now we're up 18,000. Career satisfaction is up 11%. Education was worth the cost. Still 11% points up. Education helped me to achieve my goals. 39% up. That's huge. That's a big deal, because when you see the Wall Street Journal and all the other stuff, it sort of is not saying that. It's not worth it. And I think that's, again, a perception. It's not a reality. that's sort of coming through. And I don't know if it's social media. I don't know if it's the cost of education. I don't know if it's a combination thereof. But the reality is, these 4-year degrees are indicating that the internships help them obtain a job after graduation. So I'm going to talk about that in specific, very specific means. We have 3 interns. We're only about 120 employees, so we're not real big. So 3 is pretty solid for us. We have hired every intern that wants to come to work with us, every one of them. My son graduated from Virginia Tech Construction Engineering Management. Who was that put together by? Anybody know? It is put together by 2 fraternity brothers out of Virginia Tech. Alan Myers, John Lawson, right? Big contractors. They said, okay, Virginia Tech, we're going to give you a whole lot of money to turn out the students we want. Does anybody know what the job placement is on that graduate? 100%. 100%. Internships. Oh my God, it's ridiculous. So my son went through the intern part. He went and talked to all the contractors. They outbid me by a whole lot of money. I thought I was going to lose my son to a bigger contractor really quickly. I was like, oh God, don't listen to him. I think they're just kidding. You can have a truck, you can do this, because he had so much field experience. I mean, he was like, yeah, I've been in the field 6 years already. They're like, 6 years, what have you done? And he went through the whole, they're like, oh, whoa, wait a minute. Are you kidding me? I'm going to give you $90,000 right out of the gate in a truck, and we'll give you some per diem for wherever you're living. It's a big deal. So, when you look at these type of things, and that's just one instance of how it's been hyper successful. If you've seen it, they wear orange hard hats instead of the hats on their graduate degrees. It's fun. It's fun to see. Robbins and Morton is a group out of Alabama. They're about a $1.4 billion contractor who is building the Carilion wing / hospital. It's huge, about a $400 million+ building. They have 60 interns, 60. They flew all of their interns from all up and down the East Coast to Roanoke because that is a very successful build job for them, as well as 40 other early rising managers. That's what they feel in their heart is critical to get these interns to stay with them and to have success moving through. That's a lot of money to fly in those people to do a dog and pony show for some college kids. And they tell me that's their number 1 recruitment tool. That's their number 1 is internships. They get them in and they try everything they can to retain them. And they pay them well. If you're there for 1 summer, the second you go to work for them, you get $2,500 extra on your salary. Year 2, it's another $2,500, $5,000, and so on and so forth. That's what they're willing to do. The big boys are playing the big boy world. And I'm telling you, the young are just eager, and it's women and it's men and it's, everything in between. It's super fun to watch. They have a lot of high energy. Makes me excited to go to work in the morning because I see all the young guys just sprinting around. It's good. This internship is huge. All right. Voters support internships as part of affordable talent pathways. Of course, look, colleges collaborate with businesses. Curriculum is aligned to better address employer needs. Again, just talking about, Lawson Myers Construction Engineering Management. It's dead aligned with what we are looking for. Students have paid internship experience or other valuable work-based learning. It's huge. The one thing that my son told me is working in the field, he was way better educated when he went into the class because he already knew a lot of it from actually being there. It was a lot easier for him to go through the class because he said, oh, okay, he's applying it to something that's real, not something that's fictitious to them because they've never seen it before. Leads to full-time job opportunities with a Virginia-based employer. Here we go. It's our tax dollars. Why are we not keeping them, right? Put them with Virginia companies. Not Robbins Morton, by the way, they're from Alabama. All right. Concluding thoughts on improving performance and controlling cost. You guys can read through this. It's kind of obvious what's going on. There's still room for innovation and improvement. I think there's a lot of room for that. I do understand the larger the university, the harder it is to become flexible, but I do believe that things can be tweaked. I think education can be tweaked. You can talk to all the people. I think Radford University has done a fabulous job, obviously now dealing with Virginia Western, Carilion, and here, and having that network. That's a big deal. That's a really big deal. And those are the kind of things that the other deans and the other professors need to be looking at, and everybody needs to be discussing as, look how well this is working. How can we do it in our sector? Because everybody has that opportunity for that job. So the college presidents, we are committed to help, do all this. I'm on it because, I was on the board for years for Radford. It gave me a really good understanding of how, universities are run, especially state, and where the money's coming from, how the taxpayers pay for it, and where it goes when you're done. But for Radford in particular, now I feel like it's such a tool in order to get more students here. If you can prove to them, this is where we're going to be able to intern. This is how much you're going to get paid. And there is a matrix saying how much more interns make, even than somebody that just graduates and goes on, even in their field of study. I believe this is about the last slide. Another percentage points here. Students and families need more information about the cost, value, and results from their college investment. And that's what we at the Higher Education Board are trying to get from all the different universities. What is the true cost? The value is, what do you make when you get out, obviously, and the results from their college investment. You have to prove to not only the kids, but the parents that, yeah, you're not just going to graduate and just go do whatever job. And I can promise you, if you're not going to train them, we're going to. There's Build Smart Institute in Roanoke, Virginia. They're kicking out kids that are going into construction immediately. We're taking them straight out of high school and training them. I've got people that are making over 6 figures that have nothing but a high school degree, and they are going up from here because we're training them internally. If we can't get it from the outside, we're going to do it inside. And if I'm doing it, so is everybody else. Not as easily done when it comes to Carilion and other things like that. But don't think that somebody else isn't going to step up and take care of business quickly, because we don't have a choice. We have to go to work. We have to find these young men and women that are willing to do it. So look at these numbers. Think about it. Details of how each college runs. Look at the percentage points. People want more information. They want more transparency. And again, I think if you guys are ahead of the game, you're going to win. You're going to be way up there. That's what we want.
We just got a few more and then we'll take some questions. So another thing we're doing with our spring and summer activity is legislator and intern business success story videos, which I mentioned. So here's one of those videos.
Big piece obtaining talent here and avoiding so much frustration really starts with internship opportunities with Business Experience Virginia. When our young people are in school here and they get their first internship here and they have a positive connection with the company, they want to stay and keep building on that. So I think that's really important. I know we're doing a lot of things to try to attract talent outside of community too. Cultivating what we have in the community. It demonstrates how competitive we are. But there are some states, and we don't know this, there are some states that if you're an in-state student, certain GPA can pay this tuition. We're not there yet. I would love for Virginia to get there. Right now, we haven't made those investments. We need to make sure that we retain the students that we have here and then come with Virginia's benefit from it.
So those are all legislators. You should recognize this next guy.
Hi, Kirk Fox, President of Virginia Business Higher Education Council. These campus of Radford University is having 9 year to talk internships with building arms, creating great internship with the last building. Don't talk about. Yes, for my internship, I started big priorities of the previous Higher Education Council is not only internships, be to full-time job. Bill, you're ready to answer that. Thanks for this interview. Go Islanders.
And so finally, our fall and winter activities on the Growth of Virginia. We do our big campaign launch event post Labor Day. We help host with the Chamber a big workforce conference. We engage coalitions with calls. We have a lot of grassroots and grass tops people that help us with that. We do a lot of op-eds for our board. We'll be obviously advocating for some of the things Mark talked about, business stipends, the Innovative Internship Fund, a common portal, and also things like, and I'll mention 2 or 3 other things, just helping higher ed in general. If you think about it, the state has an obligation to pay 2/3 of basic tuition cost. And whether you're Republican or Democrat, I think you take very seriously things that are in statute, and we're at about 51%. And if you look at inflation or even something like the Military Survivors Program, which look, I was a big proponent of, and I think most legislators are, the cost of that's been going up exponentially. So I think we're good at delivering that message is those aren't extraneous costs. Those are costs that any business would face. So we're not only talking about internships, we go around, we talk about some of those things also. So with that, we really would be glad to take any questions. Come on, Mark, will. The school teacher and me, we just keep staring at you in a somewhat ask a question. Jennifer?
What do you find, what are your biggest challenges when you meet with legislators? I mean, I know, as you said, when the funding isn't there, when you're in a recession, you have to make tough choices, and you know that better than anyone. But what are some of the challenges that you face? Is it education? Is it understanding? Is it people don't understand the, cause and effect benefits here?
It's a great question. Number one, I think going back to the slide of how little experience there is in the General Assembly. So I think one of the first things is you're a generalist anyway. I mean, you have certain people, I used to laugh. So Speaker Gilbert, we used to laugh, was an expert in courts. I liked appropriations. We just never hung out with each other in those 2 committees because we didn't do nothing about the other one. But you're specific to some things and then general. So I think the first problem is we've got a real education problem because we're going to have 40 delegates and probably 15 senators who've never been even in the General Assembly. Some have never basically seen higher ed as their passion. We've got to develop people that know higher ed, lock, stock, and barrel, that are advocates for internships and advocates for these things. And so thus, all the visits and really trying to give them good information. We've got to counter some things. I mean, a lot of them, which I understand, go, the Wall Street Journal poll is where higher ed is. No, not really. That's not where Virginia is. And this is why, so I think that's another very big issue. But I think the education piece is very big. And we got to show results. So that's the other thing. So for example, in internships, we're working a lot with, and thank you, Mr. President, we're working a lot with the presidents to what's the baseline? Where are we right now? What's the specific goal? Now, we do have a great goal that every student have an internship. But if you're going to go to the General Assembly and say, we need more money for internship centers, we need more money for business stipends, you better show them what your baseline is and how you're growing it. And are you getting to that goal? So here's the good news, is the polling data shows that we're basically, with most of the issues, we're dealing with 75%. And in the political world, that's great. Veterans, mental health, and probably those higher ed issues, you don't have to deal with, are they really controversial 50-50 issues? Here's the problem. You can't become the flavor of the month. You come advocate, you're not very specific. You don't get a lot of wins because eventually they'll move on to another subject. So I think the other thing for us to have is definitive goals, definitive metrics that we can actually show the Assembly and the administration that we're making progress and we're really helping to become the top state for talent. I know you guys both.
When I went with Kirk up to lobby, the thing that I just kept reiterating to everybody that we spoke with, it just resonates because it resonates for me, was every dollar spent is a return of $1.92 or something in that nature. That's a big deal because, I mean, how often do you have that quick a return on your investment? So if you can just keep saying those type of things, and then the other is what I was preaching to you guys just a second ago, is Why are we spending our tax dollars if we're educating the kids and they're leaving? Why are we not keeping them here? So that I know everybody goes, absolutely. Why are we sending them to Charlotte? Why are they going here? Why are they going, whatever. So again, the idea, those two were really my key speaking points, and nobody can really argue that. It's a very quick, very fast, very simple, matrix that everybody goes, yep, that makes sense. Let's keep the students here, get them in the internships. Let's spend the money because the return on the investment, is immediate. It comes right back.
Mark?
It's really a comment, and Tyler can reflect on this too. When Kirk was majority leader, and this Grow by Degrees and Growth for Virginia, these two programs didn't just happen overnight, and it took a while to get some momentum. But here's the reality. You get into a tight budget scenario at the state level, revenues aren't where they need to be. You could be in a recession. Everybody talks about the importance of higher education, but one of the easy places to cut, frankly, was higher education. And so you'd hear the conversation, but the actions didn't match the rhetoric. And for years, we would go through that. And I really want to thank Kirk, because during his term as majority leader and also as speaker, it was the time that these two programs really did come together. And Speaker Bill Howe before Kirk, they decided that they were going to make a real commitment to higher education that we hadn't seen in this state for a long time. And it created a different point on the priority scale in terms of how we fund it. You don't have unlimited resources, and you got to balance that with all the other competing demands. But the amount of progress that's been made with these programs through the Business Higher Education Council, the Council of Presidents, and others has really, from my perspective, been monumental, because it was always an easy thing to say, but it was a hard thing to do. And the progress that y'all have been able to make in this space, we've still got room to go. And the internship piece is a critical part of that. But I want to thank you for your leadership over many, many years of pushing this rock uphill, because it's really making a difference. And I'll give you this one example. Some of you know a young lady from the Hampton Roads area who was the student rep to the Board of Visitors, this board. She graduated, went to work. She had an internship created by Jim Kibler, one of our former board members, for his company, Virginia Natural Gas in Norfolk. After graduation, she went to work for Jim, had a very good job, excelled in it. A boyfriend motivated to move to Northern Virginia, I'll say that. But she's now working in a very high position with Deloitte. I talked to her boss last night, who has responsibility for basically the eastern half of the country in that particular niche of Deloitte. And she is totally excelling in that role with his company now. And it really started with the internship that was created by one of us. And it's a great example of how you really do hit the launch button for somebody like that. Because when we went through the interview process among the candidates for that particular year of student rep to the board, they're always hard. But she was not the most polished, the most confident of the candidates, but she's the one who had the opportunity. And now you see where she's gone. And it was really, frankly, we may not see it that way, but it was this student rep to the board position is an internship in a way. The internship she got with that company really launched her career, and she's excelling at it now. And I just really want to tie that back to the points here, because this has been it continues to be an uphill climb, but those are wonderful examples of the difference that it's making. And it also reflects on the leadership that you and others have provided in that space. And I just want to thank you for that.
I appreciate that. Mr. President?
Kirk, I'd just like to make a reinforcement of a statement that you made. The goal is to provide the opportunity of every student for a paid internship. I'm going to repeat, paid. About 58% of our students right now do an internship or its equivalent, clinical placement. But for our nursing students, for example, a clinical placement is required. Very few get paid. Well, that doesn't necessarily connect them back to Virginia. A lot of our degrees require students to do an internship. Many of those remain unpaid. There's a difference between the job experience and actually the paid connection to a company. So we still nationally, there's not just us, but nationally, there's a little bit of an expectation that we know students, this is good for them, therefore we don't have to pay them. It creates affordability issues for our students. Again, it doesn't necessarily create that concrete tie to that student when they haven't financially been vested with that company. So just as we think about internships, again, 58%, that's a great number, but I can't tell you that, how much of that is paid because it's not the greater proportion of it. So that's a big piece, and I just want to underline that for everybody.
Thank you. Some comments leading into a question. First of all, thank you for your work in this space. I think it's really critical. And this board, I think in my very first meeting, I told them they're going to get tired of hearing me talking about internships. I think I've done that at just about every meeting. But that's why I'm so excited about the work that Angela and her team have been doing. And it's paying dividends. At the reception last night, I met somebody who approached us and was talking about her excitement for working with the university to create some internship opportunities with the Department of Communications, and how that branches off into other fields and opportunities that she has at her business. So it's real, and it has a real impact. The president touched on the point that I wanted to make and ask you all about, the relationship between paid and unpaid internships. Because of course, when I was a student here, did my internship, it was unpaid, but I think any internship opportunity creates intrinsic value, and that's real, and that's tangible. But aside from working with the legislators, in your experience in conversations with students, families, and businesses, how do we bridge that gap and encourage businesses to be better partners with the university and incentivize them to make that jump from perhaps an unpaid internship opportunity to a paid internship?
That's a great question. And some of, Mr. President, if you can find that information, how many, are actually not being paid, even though it's required for the degree, which is great. But if we knew that number, that would also help us be able to go back to Richmond and say, look, nursing's critical. I'm just using that example. And they're doing a lot of internships, which we understand has to happen in order for them to get the degree. They have to have hands-on experience. No two ways about it. How can we bridge that gap? How can we make sure that they're paid? Because that also helps them pay for their, education, obviously. I mean, without a doubt. And that is a lot of added expense. That's just like you just added a whole lot of classes to them, and room and board, et cetera, et cetera. So, in my field, everybody gets paid. Like, yeah, come on, I'll pay you a lot of money coming out of the gate if you're a college student. So it would be interesting to find out what that matrix is. Who is paying? I mean, I know in my world who's paying and who's not, and why, and how can we help that? Again, we understand that maybe some of the smaller companies that just can't afford it, we're trying to work on some stipends and some other things to help them, or tax breaks or something that'll allow them to pay for those students. But then the critical ones like nursing and others that have to happen, we need data, because that's where we can take it back and again, get that money so that they can get paid.
Yeah, it's a great question. One of the things we're really trying to get the baseline on is paid internships and tease that out. So we're actually working on that, number one. Mark mentioned the small business stipend. So as you know, so much of jobs come from small businesses. So to be specific on that, the state's given us about $13.5 million for the internship fund. And we're going to probably use a good chunk of that. There's $5 million in this current budget. And my guess is they'll adopt a budget in July. Because I think, that will just happen. And there's $5 million. That's both in the House and Senate budget. So we're looking at 18 million, and there's about $22 million in the budget for talent pathways. And the way that money works is, and Mark alluded to this, it's a 50-50. So if the small business puts up 50%, they get a 50% match. but it also has an emphasis on first gen kids. And we had Angela, we had a great discussion on the barriers to first gen kids, because a lot of times they'll go and have to go home and work or have to work at a fast food restaurant, et cetera. So there's also money in there for housing and transportation if the small business agrees to match that. And so one of our big initiatives is that innovative internship fund. So that's number one. Number two, though, when you talk to, and this is more Mark's space, but even when you talk to the microns, talk to the bigger companies, someone will tell you, for example, Altria does a really good job, but some of them, frankly, could hire more. I mean, we really, and they've got the pockets to do it. Some of them are great. Some of them, they basically aren't really trying to hire for the future, and create that talent pipeline. So we've really been working with some of our bigger companies is you got to step out more. These are very, very qualified kids. They're going to move if you don't do that. And so that's one of our big emphasis is, strictly paid internships. And I think also forget nurse. If you look at some of the other things, the data is it's not great for unpaid internships. When you look at the data sometimes compared to paid internships, the data is not as good. So I think there's a whole host of things that we need, but probably the first thing we really need is to establish that baseline of exactly where we're at. So then we can measure it. And we're working really hard on that.
This has been really important for us to hear and very informative. And we really appreciate all the work that you're doing in support of our students, the employers, and the Commonwealth as well. So this was very, very helpful. We really appreciate the time and effort you've put into this, and look forward to hearing more in the future. So thank you so much.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you.
Sorry about that. The next item on the agenda is always bittersweet. It's the time when we have recognitions for those who have served on the board, who will be likely stepping off of the board. We have three folks now, Lisa Throckmorton, Mark Lawrence, and David Smith, who will be leaving our board. Mark has served for 2 terms, has served as rector, has always been such a sage and our emotional beacon for our board. It has been such a pleasure to work with him. Lisa has served on committees. She's chaired committees. She led the transition team for the president's move here. Just stellar work, and has just been so helpful in giving your guidance on marketing and branding, the expertise that you bring. And David, not only your enthusiasm for all things Highlander, but the guidance that you've given us with regard to athletic activities here, governance, and your perspective has been invaluable, and your enthusiasm and your insights have been invaluable. So thank you so much. And I love the fact that you were the first one to score and probably dunk in the Dedman Center. So 3 very notable and important people that we've had working with us as a board of visitors. So thank you so much. And we'd like to read resolutions to recognize all 3 of you. So if the 3 of you would join the president up here, we're going to read those resolutions and take some photographs. So Tyler, if you would start.
Sure. Resolution recognizing Lisa Throckmorton, class of 1994. Whereas Miss Lisa Throckmorton has served the Commonwealth of Virginia with distinction as a member of the Radford University Board of Visitors from 2017 to 2023. And whereas Ms. Throckmorton is Executive Vice President of Public Relations at REQ, where she brings creativity and strategy to her work, giving voice to innovative organizations and companies, helping them stand out from their competitors and raising the profiles of the clients she works with. And whereas Ms. Throckmorton is a dedicated alumna of Radford University, having earned a Bachelor of Arts in English. And whereas Ms. Throckmorton has faithfully served her alma mater by giving back her time and talents in numerous ways, including serving as a member of the College of Behavioral Sciences and Humanities Advisory Council, hosting Radford University alumni business and government leaders, participating with the National Capital Region Alumni Chapter, serving as an alumni admissions ambassador, engaging with the Alpha Sigma Tau alumni group, attending athletic events, and always displaying her Highlander pride. And whereas Ms. Throckmorton contributed significantly to the Board of Visitors as a member of the Executive Committee from 2020 to 2023, chaired the Advancement, University Relations, and Enrollment Management Committee from 2020 to 2023, and chaired the Enrollment Management and Brand Equity Committee in 2023, and served on the Governance, Administration, and Athletics Committee, Student Success Committee, and the Business Affairs and Audit Committee. And whereas Ms. Throckmorton served as chair of the Transition Committee for incoming President Brant Danilowicz, setting the stage for a successful change in leadership at Radford University. And whereas throughout her tenure on the Board of Visitors, Ms. Throckmorton has demonstrated unwavering commitment and thoughtful decision-making in support of Radford University and the faculty, staff, students, and community it serves. Now, therefore, be it resolved that on this 9th day of the month of June in the year 2023, the Radford University Board of Visitors does hereby consider and pass this resolution of commendation and appreciation for service and contribution to the Radford University Board of Visitors, the Radford University students, faculty, and staff, and the many contributions to national and regional communities. And furthermore, that this resolution be preserved in perpetuity in permanent business records of the Radford University Board of Visitors, and a copy be presented to Ms. Lisa Throckmorton.
Thank you very much. We're going to have all the resolutions read, and then we'll do the presentation of the resolutions to them, and as well as our vote. So, Marquette, would you?
Absolutely. So life brings us full circle here. So I had the privilege of reading the following for David Smith. And by full circle, David and I met each other 38 years ago on the campus of Radford University. So a resolution recognizing David A. Smith, 83, with his MS in 1987. Whereas David Smith has faithfully served as the Commonwealth, whereas David Smith has faithfully served the Commonwealth of Virginia with a distinction as a member of the Radford University Board of Visitors from 2019 to 2023. Whereas Mr. Smith had earned his Bachelor of Science Communications and Master of Science in Guidance Counseling at Radford University. Whereas Mr. Smith has a profound passion for sports and a standout high school student athlete at Amherst High School. Sorry, I don't have my reading lenses on today, so hang in there with me. Bringing the skills to talent of the Dedman Center here at Radford University. Whereas Mr. Smith continued making an impact on Radford University athletics as an assistant men's basketball coach and Radford University Athletic Foundation Board of Visitors member before bringing his knowledge and experience to the Board of Visitors. Whereas throughout the tenure, Mr. Smith has provided exemplary service and demonstrated support for the students, faculty, staff, and mission of Radford University. Whereas Mr. Smith has served on the executive committee from 2021 to 2022, chaired governance, administration, and academic athletic degree. All right, hang in there with me, folks. And athletics committee from 2021 to 2022. Chaired the Student Affairs and Athletics Committee in 2023, and served as the Vice Chair of the Student Success Committee in 2020 and also 2021. Whereas Mr. Smith served as the Territory Sales Manager for Altria Group Distribution Company, where he has been a loyal employee since 1988. Whereas Mr. Smith displays a great affection for his alma mater, his career, and his community service. The love of his life, his wife Pebbles, a fellow Radford University student, and his daughters and his grandchild. Whereas through the guidance and encouragement of his leadership, Mr. Smith, Radford University has successfully navigated a transition period and continues to make a positive impact on the lives of students throughout the Commonwealth of Virginia. Therefore it be resolved that on the 9th day of June in the year of 2023, the Radford University and Board of Visitors hereby consider to pass a resolution in accommodation and appreciation for the service and contribution to the Radford University and the Board of Visitors, the Radford University students, faculty, and staff, and therefore the resolution be presented in perpetuity in permanent business records that Radford University and Board of Visitors, and a copy to David Smith. David, thank you.
Okay, it's my honor to read this resolution. Resolution recognizing Mark S. Lawrence. Whereas Mr. Mark S. Lawrence served the Commonwealth of Virginia with distinction as a member of the Radford University Board of Visitors from 2015 to 2023, and whereas throughout his tenure, Mr. Lawrence provided exemplary service, leadership, insight, and advice for the Board of Visitors, university leadership, and board committees. And whereas Mr. Lawrence's successful career began with Appalachian Power, where he first learned valuable life skills through job responsibilities such as communicating with landowners or checking buoys during a winter storm at Smith Mountain Lake. And whereas Mr. Lawrence's skills in government relations were soon realized not only at Appalachian Power, but later by Carilion Clinic in their newly created government affairs role almost 23 years ago, and where he serves today as the Vice President for Government and External Affairs. And whereas Mr. Lawrence's compassion for others is transparent in his community service, where he volunteers locally with the Jefferson Center, Mill Mountain Theater, Second Presbyterian Church, and statewide with Virginia Free, Virginia Healthcare and Hospital Association Government Affairs Committee, in the Center for Rural Virginia Board of Trustees. And whereas Mr. Lawrence served as rector of the Radford University Board of Visitors from 2017 to 2019, a member of the Executive Committee from 2016 to 2023, and has contributed to all committees during his tenure on the Board of Visitors. And whereas during Mr. Lawrence's 2 terms on the board, his leadership has been a beacon through times of transition, celebrations, and tragedy. And whereas Mr. Lawrence has many qualities, the one admired most is his commitment to students. And whereas in 2019, the Board of Visitors established a Rector Mark S. Lawrence Student Scholarship to acknowledge Mr. Lawrence's exemplary leadership and dedicated efforts to serve as an unwavering champion for students and to provide scholarship support to the student representative to the Board of Visitors now and well into the future. Now therefore be it resolved that on this 9th day of the month of June in the year 2023, the Radford University Board of Visitors does hereby consider and pass this resolution of commendation and appreciation for service and contribution to the Radford University Board of Visitors, the Radford University students, faculty, and staff, and the many contributions to national and regional communities, and furthermore, that this resolution be preserved in perpetuity in permanent business records of the Radford University Board of Visitors, and a copy be presented to Mark S. Lawrence. And one other thing, in my hand, in recognition and honor of Mark's service to Radford and our students and his, I call it his scholarship fund, a check from Carilion Clinic for $2,500 to that scholarship fund. So congratulations, Mark.
So if you all will just bear with us, I'd like to go ahead and have a motion to pass those resolutions, all 3 together. Is there a motion?
So
All in favor, or second? All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Thank you. We're going to get some photos and we'll be right
first time I'm getting this now.
So I would like to take just a few moments to recognize Michaela. Michaela Baker has been with us this year and has consistently provided us with great input, excellent reports, and insights. And we really appreciate your participation and being part of our Board of Visitors for this year. And it sounds like you have some big plans, hoping to go to law school in the not too distant future. And we will all watch and see how many things you get to do in your future. I'm sure it's going to be wonderful. So thank you very much, Michaela. Okay, it's 10:23. We're going to go through the president's report and then maybe take a short break. So, Mr. President.
Great. I don't often use the bully. It is fascinating just going through that, that experience. I've only been here, well, less than a year now, but just to hear the connections that our Board of Visitors have had and the influence they've had and our student representative, it is bittersweet. There's more bitter than sweet on that. But again, thank you all for your leadership, your assistance, your guidance, your support of Radford University. Greatly appreciate it. So I'd really like to start out with framing some of our strategic planning going forward. And our current strategic plan comes to a close in December 2023. And that plan needs to be brought to a close, and also the successes from it celebrated. So we are intending to do just that in a formal presentation and celebration to kick off homecoming weekend. I believe that is October 20th, unless they've switched that on me. Okay, so that morning we will, again, celebrate the strategic plan, but then also start working with the campus and our alumni about what are those next exciting steps forward that we're taking as an institution. Now, given the ending of that plan, one of the goals that I set for my first year at the university was to develop and present an initial framework for Radford University's next strategic plan. And as we learn together over this year, there's a lot of work to be done at the university, a whole lot of work to be done. And much of that triangulates back to enrollment. So it's my belief that there are a lot of fundamental improvements that can be made at the institution. And in making those fundamental improvements, we can make a significant step forward at this institution. But we've really got to focus on those changes first. What are those fundamentals that we can put in place and make significant improvements here at the institution? Because of the scale of their impact, I believe we have to focus on those to accelerate our improvement, and we need to do that in a shortened strategic plan. So really that creates my desire to create a 2-year strategic plan rather than the traditional 5-year plan. But also with so much work to be done, I do believe it's important to put a vision out there for where we are going to be moving as an institution, so we can prioritize those changes and make sure that we're aligning our work together and be focused in some very specific areas within that 2 years. So, it's been a fascinating year getting to know the students, the faculty, the whole community that are around us, which includes, the business leaders, many of you that you met last night, our elected officials, just such a range of individuals to work with. I do feel that I have a good understanding of the expectation of those individuals and the changes that they would like to see at the institution. So when I put their hopes into the context of national higher ed and also Radford's specific context, I do believe it sets up 4 specific areas that we need to focus on, both as a vision of where we're headed, but also the improvements that we can make to help Radford University reach its true potential. So collectively, we are needing to work on areas that focus us as a public institution within the Commonwealth of Virginia. And as you started to have heard from the vice presidents yesterday, and you will hear reinforced in our 6-year plan, we're consolidating around these 4 areas. And these are, first, we have to define Radford's distinctive nature. An example of that, which you've heard a lot about consistently this year, as an example, is that we must rebrand Radford and communicate how we have earned distinction as an institution and our commitment to success of all Highlander students. Secondly, and you've heard this before, we must stabilize enrollment. And 2 examples within that priority. Through a university-wide effort, we need to reset our practices for segmenting and engaging potential new freshmen and transfer students, and then to yield them as Highlanders. And then a similar goal, we have to improve on the success of our students through increased focus on retention, progression, and graduation, because that's also necessary to stabilize enrollment. Third, we must drive economic development in partnership with our communities. An example within that is that through businesses and government, we'll create work-based learning opportunities for students with a focus on internships, apprenticeships, and co-ops. You heard about the support of that across the Commonwealth. That is in not just the populace, but it's also in our elected officials, and we need to drive that for our region. And then fourth, we need to streamline the institution through increased efficiency and effectiveness, which will help to serve our position of a very affordable institution within the Commonwealth. So focusing on those four priority areas will enhance our ability to be an effective institution within the Commonwealth of Virginia. And again, it gives us an idea of where we need to prioritize what we work on over the next 2-year period. So as you saw yesterday, the vice presidents and the directors have started to create goals that for the next 2 years, which are enveloped in these four priorities. And when we map them out, all the goals that you saw presented do fall within one of those four priorities. Those are still draft. They're shaping to be done, but it gives us an idea of the work that we need to prioritize in those areas and underneath that vision. There is, remember, a lot of work that will fall outside of those priority areas. And they're important. It's things that need to get done, but they can't serve as distractions. So even from a governance perspective, trying to understand that these are our focus areas and keep us reinforced that these are our focus areas that we need to improve will be important. Over the summer and into the fall semester, what we need to do as a group, and again, as a community, is to refine the goals we're working on and how we measure those goals. Internally, we have ways we want to measure those goals to make progress. But as a board of visitors, you also help us shape what those metrics look like, so you are comfortable that we're making progress at an appropriate speed from a governance perspective on those areas. So we will keep working together to refine those goals, the strategies, and specifically the metrics of how those measure those over the summer and into the fall semester. So this will lead to the development of this will lead to a strategic plan for 2 years, which will be presented to you formally for your vote in December of 2023. Now, while we're going to begin the work on that this fall semester, as you heard the vice presidents, this will be voted on formally in December, and it will carry us for a 2-year period through December 2025. Starting in the fall of 2024, we will begin developing the framework for our next strategic plan, which would start in January 26 and go through December of 2030. So that would be a 5-year plan that would follow. Remember, prioritize what we need to get done to really accelerate our effectiveness as an institution in those 4 areas, then use that period to develop a next extended strategic plan. So hopefully between that overview and the presentations that you saw by the vice presidents yesterday, it does, I believe, meet my personal goal of trying to set that framework for the next strategic plan, what that would look like, and what the priorities are for this institution. And although it sounds a little bit awkward, it connects directly to the 6-year planning process that is involved with SHEV. As you saw yesterday, the 6-year plan is actually repeated every 2 years with the Commonwealth of Virginia. So a 2-year strategic plan fits in very succinctly with the next 2-year period for that 6-year plan. And although our 6-year plan, as you heard yesterday, will be submitted in July, because of timing, remember that framework, the timing is set by the Commonwealth of Virginia. We'll continue to work on that with you as a board through the period of October, at which point that will be finalized for our 6-year plan. So just outside of the strategic planning, this Wednesday, it's been a very busy week for the team. This Wednesday, about a week and a half ago, 2 weeks ago, we learned that an executive delegation representing Op6 would be visiting with us on campus on Wednesday afternoon. We are very excited to receive them. It just happened to coincide with the afternoon before our Board of Visitors meeting. And that delegation included the Secretary of Education, Amy Gadara. And it was wonderful. It's actually been her 4th visit to Radford University this year. I believe she's got a 5th university visit coming up in the near future. So she knows us very well. We use this visit opportunity to help them understand the strengths of Radford University, how we uniquely contribute to the goal of higher education in the Commonwealth. And ultimately, we had a discussion of the change initiatives that we have underway on campus. And one thing that I want to make the Board of Visitors aware of is a point that Secretary Gadara reinforced several times with the conversation. is there's a tradition in higher education to focus on inputs, and it's equally, if not more important, to focus on outputs from higher education. So as we are developing our 6-year plan, as we are reporting and developing our metrics, to make sure we have an eye on what the outcomes are. And I just think that's important as we're having those discussions from a governance perspective, make sure we're matching those expectations and how we measure ourselves. So in terms of just the cabinet composition itself, Provost Bethany Usher starts on Monday. Very, very excited about that. The whole campus is excited to embrace her energy and ideas that she brings with us into that position. The finalists for general counsel continue to be interviewed and have an interview process in Richmond. I do anticipate an outcome for that very soon. But again, that is not a timing that I set. That is a timing that Richmond sets. Okay, so, but we should have an outcome from that process very soon. We're interviewing the finalists for Vice President of Enrollment Management and Strategic Communication this week. Our third candidate is on campus today. Yeah, not only did we have the Up 6 meeting on Wednesday afternoon, our candidates have been here over the course of our Board of Visitors, and I appreciate our rector and Lisa Throckmorton have been involved with the interviews of our finalists, and I do appreciate their involvement. So before the end of the month, I do anticipate being able to announce a successful outcome from that search. And again, I'm similarly hopeful, but cannot guarantee that whoever is selected will be starting by the end of August at the institution. So this would only leave open one interim position, which would be our vice president for advancement. And that's at the cabinet level. And I would expect that we'll begin a search for that early in the fall semester as soon as faculty are back on campus. Now, I have had an absolute wonderful time, and I will say a treasured opportunity to work with a wonderful cabinet, largely of interims over this past year. They, as you've heard from the progress they've made, it's been just an incredible year working with the team, the progress they've made, despite being in an interim role. But I also must admit that I do very much look forward to having a cabinet fully named and staffed. That's not in the too distant future. That's part of the grounding that we need to move forward in a 2-year strategic plan, as a campus to address some of these needs. And with that, Madam Rector, that concludes my report.
Are there any questions for the president at this time?
The city of Radford, that because of enrollment being down, they have empty apartments, that they're losing money. And I guess this all started when the foundation purchased the apartments. And I just wondered if you have met with the owners of those apartments that are crying right now.
I've met with 3 different owners, and there's more than that in the area. One of them indicates they still have 100% filling of their apartments, and others have a rate that's very different to that. So I think there's a lot of factors that go into that. One of the things that we will be doing in terms of that 4th goal of making sure that we are an efficient and effective institution is looking at our housing stock and figuring out what is the right way to consolidate that housing stock for the institution. Remember, though, from an external perspective, if there's a housing stock, let's say it's for 10,000 beds in the community, and we don't need as many as we currently have, so we lower the number that we have as an institution, somebody will be purchasing those in the area. So it doesn't change necessarily the housing stock in the community, just the proportion that we own. Part of this analysis, though, is looking ahead for example, the future of Muse Hall. There is as you've seen before, there is a very large deferred maintenance bill associated with that building. And does that building make sense to maintain as an institution when there is available housing stock in the area? I think we've got a pending recommendation on that, and I think this is something that is part of our 2-year plan, but we'll probably have a very tight window on when we get a recommendation on what to do with Muse. Again, part of that is the balance with what's available, but our housing stock that we have for apartments off campus, remember, even if those become not part of our portfolio, they're going to be part of somebody's portfolio. So there's just been a certain number of apartments that are built, and we only can control how filled those are based on our enrollment as a whole as an institution. And if, stabilizing enrollment is our number one priority, and then we have to see how the state is approaching its enrollment strategy overall to determine if we can grow in the future. Yep.
Madam Rector. Just from last night's event with some of the economic development representatives that were there, one of the things I learned is how critical the housing shortage is down here, as well as how critical the affordable housing costs are down here, on top of some of the workforce shortages that have been impacted by a lot of businesses moving to Southwest Virginia. So I ask, as you have those conversations and entertain it, that I believe there needs to be a bigger perspective as to what should be Radford University's housing, to what does the region need in order to support the economic development. Because I know we look at economic development from our perspective, but in some cases, being a big employer down here, we can have a negative impact to what the local or the surrounding communities are facing. So I ask you to take that into account, just based on some of those conversations.
Yeah, and I appreciate that point, and I will just add I guess it's a fact point that's out there that's also important to consider. Kevin Bird, and I blank on his title again. He leads an economic development group in the area, and they do a lot of reporting. There's a report, I'm going to say from last year, maybe 2 years ago, where they looked at where the employees from Radford University live. Greater than 80% of our employees live 10 miles or more from Radford City. So if you think about that, we're a large employer for the area. State dollars are coming in here, other dollars are coming in, and many of these individuals, because of the housing shortage, are living a significant distance from campus. So when they expend those dollars, be it for shopping, whatever they do, those tax dollars are largely moved out of the city of Radford. So your point on the housing shortage is important, but it's also directly impacting the tax base, because people need to live elsewhere because there's not the housing here. So part of our strategy is definitely associated with on-campus beds, but we've had that conversation with some members of City Council that we need to work together for an overall housing strategy. While I say Radford City, that also includes Fair Lawn and the other immediate property around us.
I have a question. What is the status of the scholarship for Rachel? Is that?
Thank you. There was 2 more things I wanted to raise, and I forgot to flip a page. Bear with me here just a second. And on my last page of the president's remarks, there's 2, I would say, exciting updates that I'd like to provide to you. Dr. Rachel Folks, our former Board of Visitors member, who I would say we loved and respected, but so did every other person that came into contact with her in the Commonwealth. Prior to her passing, she was nominated for an award by Dr. Teresa Burris, who's down at the Southwest Higher Education Center for us, and Laura Turk. And the title of the award was the Outstanding Leadership Award, which is offered annually by the Virginia Network for Women in Higher Education. And the purpose for the award is it will recognize an outstanding woman leader who has made significant contributions to higher education in Virginia. And by recognizing outstanding women in Virginia higher education, we create an environment that supports the development and promotion of women leaders. And I am sure that you will be delighted to learn that Rachel was the 2023 winner of that award. Her son, John Templeton Folks, will accept the award at the 2023 Virginia Network for Women in Higher Education Annual State Conference. This year, it's going to be held at William and Mary. Alongside her son, Laura Turk and Holly Klein will also be attending the award reception. And then secondly, again, continuing to celebrate Rachel, her family and friends have set up a scholarship in her name at Radford University. It's called the Dr. Rachel Folks Memorial Scholarship to support non-traditional students from Southwest Virginia to attend Radford University. There is a web page already set up with information about that. I was delighted when I opened it up the other day, there was always a series of donors that have provided funding to that support. And so after this meeting, I'll have Penny send you the link to that. And please, I encourage you to share that with colleagues that knew Rachel so they can continue to honor that legacy that she brought to Southwest Virginia, because she just had a remarkable impact on higher education in the Commonwealth of Virginia. And thank you for that reminder to turn the page. Rector.
Are there any further questions for the president? Thank you very much. So in terms of schedule for today, we have a lot of committee reports, and then we have a presentation from faculty. But I propose we take say a 10-minute quick break, and then we'll start again with the committee reports. Oh, Lisa, sorry, I had introduced you. The first report's going to be from Lisa Pompa, who will be providing the Academic Excellence and Student Success Committee report.
Sorry.
No, that was my fault. I'm sorry about that.
Okay, so we had a great meeting. Just a little background again to remind everyone that we have Bethany Usher, who will be our new provost. She is going to be starting this week, I believe, a little in advance of what we were expecting in July. Martin, who has been serving, DeBear, who's been serving as interim provost, has not been well. So Jean did a fantastic job. Miko Leachik, she did a great job stepping in last minute. So again, it was probably a little briefer than we would probably expect and want, but she did a fantastic job, and I just wanted to thank her again. So very quickly, she walked through the current goals and the progress, which had to do with faculty workload optimization, and she highlighted a few of the spring pilots that were important for us to know about and the readouts that we would have for those coming in September. Some overview on moving away from some of the instructional load of a 4-to-4 workload, increasing average class size from 19 to 22, just a few things that they're working on to help with efficiencies around faculty optimization. The second goal that she walked through was really around increasing externally funded activities. And as President Brett reviewed with us, this is critically important because the more research and submissions we have, the more gets granted to us, and it is directly related to retention. So we were actually looking fairly good in those categories, only in the area of unique awards were we running a little behind. So Jean did a great job sort of highlighting where we were with that. And then the third goal she reviewed with us was around, of course, student success and the importance of that incremental retention and graduation rates. And she actually was able to show us that we're actually looking pretty good from a everywhere from new freshmen to freshmen that transfer to sophomores and junior retained and graduated, that our difference between that cohort in fall 2022 to fall 2021 was actually improved. So that was great to hear, and to talk a little bit about how they're leveraging student data, how they're expanding the communication, and using virtual academic recovery course to sort of enhance student success. And the last goal that was reviewed was done by Jessica Stoll, the Director of Institutional Effectiveness and Quality Improvement. And that was around our SACS reaffirmation. As President Brett highlighted, she only came in a little over a year ago, and an average finding is around 7 or 8. There was only 1, and that's just really, really amazing work done by the university, and thanks to Jessica for that. And the last item that they did walk through was our goals, potential strategic goals. And I do think these will likely change somewhat as Bethany comes in and evaluates the situation and works with her deans and decides where we're going to prioritize from a academic excellence standpoint. But what Jean highlighted yesterday was to identify and advance strategic direction of academic affairs to maximize our student success and align academic affairs infrastructure through increased efficiency and effectiveness. What I would like to do real quickly is something I failed to do yesterday. One of the agenda items was not something that we had time to review in advance, so it took me a little by surprise. And I think it's important for me to really take a moment right now and talk about the faculty, Emeritus faculty. I myself didn't know what the criteria was for this. So just real quickly, it's a minimum of 10 years of service at Radford University, evidence of effective teaching, and significant professional contributions. And the privileges that come with that are the use of the library, use of our athletic facilities and regular faculty, use of the university computer account, and access to all our special events, and attendance to Radford University functions. And I think it bears taking just another 1 minute for me to highlight those professors who have received this recommendation. And that's Professor Steve Arbery, Department of Arts, Professor Jolanda Orkiski, Department of English, Senior Instructor Ricky Cox, Department of English, Professor Elizabeth McKellen, Department of Geology, Professor James Lawler, Department of Marketing, Associate Professor Sheila Krajnik, Department of Occupational Therapy, Professor Ann Elliott, Department of Psychology, Professor Thomas Pierce, Department of Psychology, and Professor Sarah Gilbert, School of Nursing. I think we owe all of them a round of thanks and applause for achieving this status. And I failed to highlight this yesterday, and I wanted to make sure I took time to do that today. And that wraps up academic excellence and the student success recap. Thank you.
Are there any additional questions for Lisa?
Thanks.
All right. Moving on, we're going to have Marquette Smith report out on the Business Affairs and Audit Committee.
Great. Thank you, Rector. So the Business Affairs and Audit Committee met yesterday, and today I'm going to bring forward 5 information items that we discussed. The information items fell under 5 different categories. The first one being the university's auditor report. The second one being the facilities management overview and capital project update. The third one being updates as it relates to reflected on achievements for our goals from 2022 to 2023. The next one being shared new goals for 2023 through 2025. And last but certainly not least was a 6-year plan update that we also received. So I'll go through each one of those. With regards to the university auditors report, we discussed the following items. University's discretionary fund expenditures for the quarter ended March 31st, 2023. I'm proud to say and glad to say in the report that all compliance items we did meet within the guidelines. So we had another strong showing there. There was also items discussed with regards to our old goals update. All those were on track. So we're proud to say Margaret McManus and I, we visited the dates. And for the dates that we have set, we met our targets and we made slight adjustments to the ones that aren't in front of us. But the bottom line here is that there's extreme confidence in our ability to meet the dates. So what's going to happen moving forward when you see a date from us, it won't be an adjusted date. It'll be the commitment date because there's a high level of conviction that we can meet those. So that's a huge path forward for us. The next item here was the quality assurance report. I will say that this one right here, this is an opportunity for the auditors to be audited, right? So, Margaret got to wear a totally different hat, this time around, and the results I'm sure will surprise none of you. The review was done, and it is done every 5 years by an independent external reviewer who assess the department's compliance and internal auditing standards. The reviewer gave the department the highest available ranking that's available, but they did make some suggestions. But I would say the suggestions, how do you make the best better, right? So I commend Margaret and her team and those who help support our audit efforts for showing up once again with the highest possible ranking in that category. No small feat on her part or her team's part. Moving on, the next thing we did is an IT audit of networking. I will let everyone know that I actually visited with Ed offline to discuss more about what are we doing with regards to our IT networking efforts. And I will say that he's getting after this fast and furious, not only with a solid plan to execute and to protect our IT infrastructure, but also to help move us forward. And he's bringing on new staff. So this was like the perfect storm for him: more work, more staff, more opportunities. But there is a great level of confidence, and there should be a great level of confidence in his team being able to protect our infrastructure. So feel strong about that. And then we had a follow-up with regards to the audit status report. Great progress and adjustments were made here. So once again, as it relates to the audit report, very strong performance. Margaret and her team under her leadership continue to show up strong. Ed and his team continue to show up strong by not only talking about it, but also by delivering. So I thank both of them for their efforts under that one. We next moved on to the facilities management overview and capital update. A few larger projects were discussed. The CAIC project process continues to be made, and completion is scheduled for August of 2024. So once again, the good news here is we're staying on schedule. The 1000 East Main Street project that will house economic development operations and the impact program, it is once again on schedule. And materials for each one of these items that is discussed can be found obviously online. So if you want to dig in a little bit deeper and to figure out what was discussed there, you can find it there, or feel free to reach out to me. And last but not least, under this item here, the Roanoke Higher Education Center lease modification to support the nursing program moved from a Carilion Roanoke campus was signed, a 6-year lease was signed there. So we're in a good place with regards to that. Once again, a 6-year lease. We next moved on to discuss the achievements for our 2022-2023 goals. The first one that Stephanie discussed was stabilization and development of internal workforce that had a tailored focus on compensation adjustments and a review. The good news here is that we got ahead of the curve when we knew that there was going to be a plan to increase the minimum wage. There are two different stances you could take with this. Either you can wait until everyone gets there, or you can lead and jump in front of it. I'm proud to say that Radford University took a leadership position here, and I do believe that it staved off some employees transitioning outside of the university. So it's the right thing to do, not only for retention, but also for our employees who are trying to feed their families. We're expanding relevant decision-making information to ensure that board members are provided with relevant and timely information to make informed decision-making. The focus is on reserve balances, competitive institutions, and also realigning our student offerings as it relates to meal plans and also the rooms. The last one under this area here is enhancing campus infrastructure, was also a focus in regards to capital and information technology, as well as safety and security. So we're in a good place with regards to safety and security and the other items I mentioned. We next transitioned into the new 2023-2025 goals, improving integration and transparency through comprehensive budget and planning process. The next item here is completing a comprehensive program plan for physical space and facilities. Rob covered these items here for us and let us know we're going to push pause in a couple of places so we can make informed decisions versus wishing we had the wind at our back, right? So we're going to make not only the right short-term decision, but also the right long-term decision. The next item we discussed was implementing an integrated workforce model program. Under this area here, we discussed items such as recruitment, hiring, onboarding, retention, training, and there were other items discussed. But the general crux of this was to help fortify our position with faculty. We next moved on to the 6-year plan update. Now, I'd like to lead on this one here is that Rob and his team had already started heading down the path with regards to building the 6-year plan. Through a meeting we had with the state, we didn't push pause. We decided to work closer with the state and also the Boston Consulting Group so that we can formulate something that's comprehensive. So we have to go back and do some work. Now, the work we have to do isn't in creating it, it's reformatting it and putting it in a format that other universities will be using as well. So Radford is not alone in having to go back and reformulate their 6-year plan. We're one of, but I just want to make sure that everyone is informed that we are in a good place. Rob and his team has 2 weeks to make the modification, as some of his peers also have 2 weeks, and we'll get after that, and we will be done on time, and we have a great level of confidence with regards to that. The Board of Visitors anticipated to review the plan in our September board meeting. So there will be a tremendous amount of work done between now and that time frame. Once again, the initial feedback is 2 weeks out, and I look forward to continue to partner with the president, director, as well as Rob in terms of formulating and building the plan. And my fellow board members, you'll hear about this in the near term. And the final plans are actually due December 1st. So we're ahead of the curve. So we will meet the near-term goal of 2 weeks out, and then we'll meet the dates. And once again, the dates are covered in the materials that are available online. And so that concludes my report. But before I sign off here, I'd like to thank Rob Hoover, Stephanie Janelle, and also Margaret McManus for their leadership during the year that we've had to work together. I will say that rather than just treading water, each one of these folks has helped move the ball forward with regards to university operations. And they're very much forward thinkers, and they're putting in the work, and their teams have been exceptional in terms of delivering, not only for me and reading out on this stuff, but also for the university, the students that are here today and the ones that are coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Marquette. Are there questions for Marquette? Very thorough report. And again, and yes, to acknowledge the finance and audit team. So let's move on, and we will be moving on to the Enrollment Management and Brand Equity Committee. Lisa Throckmorton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, Madam Rector. Yesterday, the Enrollment Management and Brand Equity Committee received 2 reports from Dr. Angela Joyner, Interim Vice President for Enrollment Management and Vice President for Economic Development and Corporate Education. Dr. Joyner reported on mostly positive progress against core goals of developing a recruitment planning model, leveling off a decline in new freshmen and transfer students starting at RU, student aid leveraging effectiveness, and implementing student-facing software-based support services in the office of the registrar. She also shared some highlights from the 2022 through 23 year. Those highlights included a Highlander Distinction Scholarship Dinner that had if I think I got the number right, 110 students attended, and they yielded 99 deposits from that. The 99 number is the important number. But so a nice sort of piece of news out of that program, and some of the progress there. A new partnership with Virginia Western Community College with a focus on 2x2 biomedical offerings. An enrollment summit that engaged campus partners in the enrollment process, and a situation assessment that has informed the enrollment strategy. Freshmen and transfer student deposits are soft compared to last year, and we are starting to see an increase in deposits from international and fast track students. So sort of a lot of data shifting in real time. She shared that even though the sort of formal deposit date is May 1st for 4-year students, the transfer student date hovers around June 1st, and there's just a lot of things still in motion. But she also shared trends around the applicant pool from Virginia regions and out of state, as well as ethnic breakdowns and first gen data. On a macro level, Dr. Joyner shared that one of the challenges facing enrollment teams nationwide is that students are not only applying to more schools than ever before because of the Common App, but they are placing multiple deposits and doing multiple orientations. So an interesting note there. On the brand equity front, Dr. Joyner and her team has made significant progress on their goals around brand identity, website redesign, and the visual mark projects. We will start to see some of the outputs of that project as early as this fall. My perspective is that it's kind of a plan and run, right? Sort of, there's a lot of process and work in place, but they're going to unroll things as they can, just so that we can realize some of the momentum and progress based on this important work. I wanted to give a special thanks to Dr. Joyner for stepping into the interim role and taking on the brand equity work, in addition to her full-time role in community and business development. This, from a marketing perspective, most companies bring in an agency, and these processes can take years. And so the task that she's taken on to get this process in place and for the university to start realizing some of the positive impacts of new brand work in such an accelerated timeframe is no small feat. So I just wanted to thank her and her team for digging in and for their important high impact work in that area. And that concludes my report, but I would like to say that without getting too emotional, on a personal note, as I wrap up this term, and I'm going to put it that way because I'm eligible for another one. And if I don't come back next year, I'm going to try for some point in the future. But I just wanted to share how grateful I am for the opportunity to serve the Commonwealth and my alma mater. On this Board of Visitors, it's been one of the most meaningful experiences. I think that I've heard that from other board members before, but once you really lived it for a while, it truly is. And so really one of the best experiences in my life. And I have been so inspired and learned so much from everyone in this room. Not the least of which, I really did want to bring up Susan Wheeler Johnson, Rachel Folks, and Charlene Curtis. Just some really impressive women and leaders in their own right. And just every meeting, I just have always felt like I look around at you all and just, I'm so proud to be in your company. Karen and the different vice presidents that I've had the opportunity, I share the same sentiment. Just the passion for this university and the commitment to pushing it forward is just so impressive and inspiring. And Dr. Danilich, I'm so glad you're in this role. You and Kay have brought infectious energy, and I'm just really proud of that work that we did to bring you in, and has proved to be such a tremendous decision. And I really look forward to all of the good years ahead. So thank you all very much.
Well, you will be missed so much, so much. Are there any questions for Lisa related to the committee? Okay, Lisa, thank you so much for all you've done for us. Next, we're going to hear from the External Engagement Committee with Mark Lawrence.
Madam Rector, thank you. And I'm not going to do a farewell speech. Lisa just did it for me. But so ditto to everything you said. I will add one other name that some of us served with, and I think that was your slot that you got appointed to, Marianne Hopes. So those relationships are gonna far extend beyond these 4-year terms that we all have. So if I try to do any more than that, I'll never get there. So I'm going to start in reverse order. I want to first start with my committee and say thanks to each of you for the hard work this year. Vice Chairman Lester, Mr. Mendiola, Mr. Archer, Mr. Turk. Thank you all for all you've contributed to not only my learning this year, but also for the service to the university and this committee and what we do. We really, it's been an interesting, particularly the last couple of meetings, because with the reformatting of our committees, we kind of did a hard turn midstream. And so we've all been getting to know in different ways some of the activities, and particularly with some of the staff that we've been able to work with. So I want to thank you for that. Also, before I get into just a brief report from both advancement, but also economic development, say thanks to Penny, Ms. Penny Helms-White, our interim advancement and university relations VP, and her team, and also to, and you heard from Lisa that Dr. Joyner gave 2 reports in your meeting. Well, she gave 2 reports in mine. So I guess she wins the contest for the most reports this meeting. But to Angela, and I said this to the committee yesterday, I show up in a lot of places. Angela's been everywhere I've been in the region lately. So not only is she wearing all these various hats, but she's doing incredible outreach work with some really new focus activities for the university. And so Angela, to you and your team, and Penny, again, thank you all for everything that you do. Let's give them a round of applause. Let me touch on a few things. First, in the advancement area, and a lot of the materials in your board book, so I don't want to just recite it all, but a few things are worth highlighting. First, with regard to fundraising and the Together campaign, through May 31st, we're at $9 million for the year, and we're looking to end up around 9.1. If you want to measure, that's about a 30% jump over last year, which I think, given the market and the environment that we're operating under, is a tremendous accomplishment. And so it also has allowed us to continue toward the $100 million capital campaign. So we're now about 8.3 million short. So we're going to be getting there sooner than maybe some of us thought might be possible. So that's a tremendous accomplishment. And I want to again thank Penny and her team for that. Also, and at the meeting yesterday, but also in some side conversations, we've talked a lot about alumni engagement and alumni donor involvement. We launched 3 new alumni ambassador initiatives this year: the inauguration ambassadors, the Together ambassadors, and that one really resonated with me yesterday because we're engaging alumni to reach out to alumni, and that peer-to-peer relationship can really pay dividends. And Lisa Pompa, I know you're still listening, and I know this will warm your heart. The Fraternity and Sorority Life Ambassadors Focus, that is also a new initiative with our alumni this year. We established the Education Champions, and that's a collaboration between enrollment management and advancement. We saw 90 alumni events this year with 201 total alumni volunteer roles, 1,372 total alumni volunteers. And I've said this before, the fundraising will take care of itself when you get the engagement piece right, because that's really the pipeline that will create and sustain. And it really goes back to, hopefully, and we made great progress with this year, also engaging the students as donors while they're here, so that you create that mindset that carries it forward in future years. And so we made great progress with that this year. In the area of our goals for 23 to 25, and I'm just going to touch on a couple of them here. Really focused on alumni and stakeholder communications. Really, we've engaged a consultant to really help us focus in that area. And we're going to do a readership survey of the magazine. Again, the president will be signing copies of the cover from the latest one after the meeting today. Yeah, it is a great cover, and Kay's the best part of it, but it's yeah. Second goal to enhance alumni engagement, and there's a theme here with additional volunteer activities and collaborate with campus partners. Continue to grow the base of alumni volunteers. Third goal of building sustainable relationships with our donors and having a multi-channel donor relations plan, a tiered recognition program, which I think has great potential. And then a targeted and more data-driven wealth screening focused giving campaign with more targeted focus and ask for alumni based on past giving and affinity and engagement. And then finally, and I mentioned data, continuing to use that and developing and really analyzing what our real fundraising potential is. So I think we all have heard that the $100 million campaign, sometimes you do these with a lot of really precise data. Sometimes they're aspirational goals that sound really good and you hope you can get there. I think our Together campaign has a little bit of both of that in there. But this will really help us focus more, and it'll also help in the way of allocation of resources and how you engage your alumni and your volunteers. We're relaunching the Society of 1910, the Legacy Society, to really focus on planned giving and increase awareness of the campaign. And then, and we saw Robert's presentation yesterday, the real need to analyze what our needs are and what our potential could be for an athletic capital campaign. And I think that certainly the need is there. We're going to have to get to that point, and have the resources. And if you haven't looked at the data to see where we stand in the terms of the rankings of the Big South Conference, I would encourage you to do that. I'll note that you won't see a couple of schools. They're not noted by schools, they're noted by numbers, but you'll see Radford highlighted in the metrics. But what's not in there is Campbell and High Point, because their data is not included, I guess, because they're private for some reason. That's my assumption anyway. What? Yeah. And I actually was at High Point University not long ago, and the High Point that I knew is not the High Point that I see now. So really, really amazing. To shift to the world, again, the rotating hat of Dr. Joyner with economic development, corporate education. With regard to 22-23, if you look in the board packet, you'll see some yellow dots and some green dots. And that is not, the yellow dot is not a criticism of the fact that we didn't get things done. It's just a reflection of a lot of the moving parts that have complicated being able to bring those goals together. But in terms of external enrollment, we're on track to hit about 75%, to hit that goal, 75% attainment to date with 3 months to go. Revenue won't hit it won't hit the target. We're at 65%. So that is a little bit soft. We secured the 1.2 million grant that you heard about yesterday from the Department of Education, a new marketing campaign for the Impact Lab, and expanded our competency-based education program to build our talent pipelines in both education and nursing. And I emphasize nursing. I know Jeannie emphasized nursing. Even my buddy Mark Pace was emphasizing nursing today. So, and that was totally unprompted. You what?
Said sure.
Yeah. In the area of economic development, and I really want to commend Angela for this. And this is really shoe leather kind of work. It takes a lot of time, a lot of travel and effort, but cultivating the relationships in the region and Commonwealth. And I think if there's any question about that, the validation of the success was shown with the attendance last night, in particular, the various organizations that were part of the group. And the fact that you got as many Roanoke City Council members to make the trip up here and to do that, they twisted the president's arm a little bit while they were here on a greater pipeline between the Roanoke schools and Radford, and that was music to my ears. So he's going to be following up with that. We furthered plans for the amphitheater and other collaborative projects in the region. And then you heard that earlier in the year, we hosted the Secretary of Commerce. We've hosted the Secretary of Education multiple times, the head of the Virginia Economic Development Partnership. And that in particular, in my world, is going to be key, because I think it'll show the role that we can play, not only in educating, but attracting and creating economic and corporate growth opportunities for the region. I really feel like we're on the cusp of some really cool stuff happening in this much broader region here from that standpoint. And then we are launching the new Economic Development Center, the Hub. We saw some pictures yesterday. I look forward to seeing that. And we'll head to there. And then as far as 23 through 25, and these are still coming together, but continue to establish partnerships to help enrollment growth, revenue generation, and program development, but also to elevate the Radford brand, to target and market non-traditional student populations. And we're seeing that now with some of the CBE stuff, and support the workforce needs. And then continue to develop and enhance our role in economic development activity, and roll out our economic development playbook for the university. And then finally, I'll say that if ever you wanted to see how we're being creative, how we're partnering with Hard Rock Casino in Bristol, how that moves forward will be interesting to see. But that to me kind of caught my ear just because of the unique nature of it. And Tyler will keep that on track, I'm certain. Yeah. So I'll finish with that. But again, I want to thank both Penny and Angela for the work, but also the committee. And I look forward to seeing how this particular committee and the new structure, how this grows in the future, because to retain those graduates that are going to be rolling out of here, and retention is being talked about at every level in Richmond and to some degree even in Washington now. So we can play a really key role in that. I look forward to the success of it. Madam Rector, thanks for your leadership.
Yeah. Thank you for yours. Are there any questions for Mark?
Has been raised for scholarship money for helping our enrollment to give out more scholarships.
I'll look to Penny, but I'll say that I know we've started 19 new scholarships just this year that have been funded, but I can't tell you the dollar amount.
Actually, don't have the dollar amount right on the top of my head, but I can get that for you. Okay, thank you.
Tyler, George, Jimmy, Bob, anything else that I missed? Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on to Student Affairs and Athletics Committee with David Smith.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Good morning. And I don't know why Karen set up all this cry fest in succession, but I'm not going to participate. Not willingly anyway. So yeah, I know. So I just want to go ahead and start with my remarks because that's probably the safest way to go. So we'll do that. So in the area of intercollegiate athletics, Athletic Director Robert Lindenberg presented to the committee the state of affairs in his department, highlighted by the following. First, and I always love that he leads with this, academic excellence, and it continues to be something we as a board and a university and as a faculty and a staff can be extremely proud of. 86% of our student athletes are on the Big South Honor Roll with a 3.0 or higher, 69% on Dean's List 3.04 or higher, 62 athletes with a perfect 4.0 GPA, 15 of the 16 teams with a 3.0 GPA or better, and incredibly impressive for a 3.46 overall department GPA. I believe that was tops in the Big South. They continue to do a stellar job. And as I mentioned in the committee meeting yesterday, not surprised because this is something that Radford does. This isn't just something that just showed up. This is the charge of the athletic department. We put a product out there that's impressive as student athletes and champions in the classroom. And so we tend to start off all of his meetings by echoing that. And we want to keep that top of mind because that's kind of what we're here for. And so that's very impressive. Moving forward, the athletic department has reached an extended partnership with Nike and BSN Sports, aligning our sports programs with Nike, the iconic brand that will support our athletic teams. And Robert was incredibly grateful for that. He's a Nike guy, and he feels as though having that brand for our athletic teams puts us in position to be at the top as it represents athletic gear and athletic prowess. In the area of competitive excellence, congratulations to the men's golf team, which finished first in stroke play in the Big South Conference, highlighted by Bryce Corbett, who was the first team All-Conference Big South Golfer of the Year and the Big South Champion individual golfer. So congratulations to him as our athletic department continues to make us all proud. Robert has concerns of the ever-changing landscape of college athletics, as do any of us who follow the sport. It's in a gray area right now, and it's his belief that there's some improved process along the way with the Congressional Subcommittee on Athletics in the near future to try to rein in some of the things that are managing difficulties exist around the NIL, name, image, and likeness area, and the transfer portal. Currently programs that doesn't have much clarity right now. He's optimistic that that will settle soon so that all athletic departments, not just with us, but across the country, can rein in some of the looseness that has existed in the athletic field as we currently stand. Additionally, Robert had a report on the scholarship comparison of our school versus conference opponents, and he gave an example of the disparity of funding, the opportunity that exists in all of our sports funding relative to our peers that are in our conference. And so he painted us a picture of how excellent his teams have performed in spite of the fact that they're at the midpoint. That's kind of optimistically speaking relative to our peer institutions in conference, and yet we still able to perform at a high level from an academic standpoint and a performance standpoint. So kudos to them. We want to certainly keep a light on this. We're not excited at the fact that we're not in an area where we have scholarship parity. And so we want to keep an eye on that as a board and as a university to make sure that we're giving our student athletes and our athletic department a chance to compete fairly. The resource development area, Robert spoke to the department's goal of $1.5 million and feels it's attainable. As of 5/20/23, the Radford Sports Properties revenue update was $359,250. That particular money represents 114% overall to budget. And one of the highlights that happened several weeks ago, the 2023 Red White Gala, which is a gala that is a big fundraiser for the athletic department. It raised over $143,000. It had Hall of Fame speaker Bob Huggins, West Virginia men's basketball coach, as a speaker. Had over 289 attendees, and after expenses, that event netted $86,000. And Robert has committed to a yet-to-be-named speaker for next year's gala, and he kind of teased us with that. So more to come on that as he plays it properly in that space. And so he says Hall of Fame, we'll have to go with that, right? So, and as always, Robert always presents his annual goals consistent with the university's processes, and these have been given to the committee and the committee chair for our perusal. And in the area of student affairs, we'll start with Student Government Association. So outgoing Student Government Association President Justine McLaughlin reflected on the achievements of the SGA this year and her immense pride in all that was accomplished this year. We certainly thank Justine for her service. It seems like they just get here and then they're gone before you know it. And so we again thank her for all she has done. Dr. Tragerser in the student affairs area focused her conversation yesterday on discussion around their goal related to staff professional development, creating intentional opportunities for staff to network, lean, and further develop skill sets to best serve and meet the needs of our students and their families. And I believe she said that it was the fact that it was optional, had 81% attendance, which I think is incredible. That shows that there's a willingness to have continuous learning. And I think that's significant in any space. And so we applaud that. Proposed 2023 to 2025 goals center around the themes of student engagement, assessment and removing barriers, student employment, broad-scale, holistic well-being, and continuous improvement of staff. Each of these goals emphasize the success of students as intended outcomes, strategies with associated metrics that demonstrate impact and or effectiveness are still being developed. And so, Dr. Tragerser, we certainly feel like you're on the right track. We certainly appreciate your work and continued success. I personally appreciate all you do, and as well as want to thank Justine, and I certainly want to thank Robert Lindenberg. And as I hand this back over to you, madam, I just want whoever gets this committee, you take care of my people. They will let me know if things don't go a certain way. It's been beyond an honor to serve, and there's some things you think about as a kid. You want to participate in college, probably want to play sports. No one ever thinks about being on a board of visitors. It's too far out. It's not even a dream you can realize. So when approached about it, my first reaction was, you must have mistaken me for somebody else, because that's a different kind of person that sits on a committee like this, right? And so while I felt I had some passion for the university, apparently that was enough to get me here. And so I hope I've left a little bit of a mark and made an impact in some way. And so Pebbles and I are going to be Highlanders forever. And so we're excited about that. And it's been an honor to serve with you all. And Madam Rector, that closes my remarks.
Thank you very much. And you are certainly undersell yourself. You have been such a great asset and brilliant in what you've done for the university through your board membership. So thank you very much. Are there questions for David? If not, we will move on to the report on the Radford University Foundation with Marquette Smith.
Yes, thank you. I will say that, yeah, Dr. Rachel Folks had small shoes, but yet she had big shoes. I went back, I returned to the foundation to kind of carry on what she started, and they said, would you mind assuming some of the duties she had? Sure, what the heck, right? And then I saw what the list was, and I was like, where does she find time to do all these things? So don't let the shoe size fool you when you look at stuff along those lines. I will say that the foundation continues to run well under the leadership of John Cox. They continue to do a fine job there, and he and his team. I did pass out a pie chart that shows the assets of the foundation. You can read them at your leisure. The total assets comes in at a little bit over $109 million. So they're strong, and you'll see how it's diversified, and they continue to perform strongly in all areas. Board elections were held a week ago today, and Michelle O'Connor was elected for a second term as the board chair. Once again, I'm not sure how many of you all have experience in working with her, but she's exceptional. So it seemed fitting that she was reelected. The vice chair was Jay Kinslow, was elected as the vice chair. So congratulations to Jay as well. The key items here I wanted to bring up to mention here is one is the Virginia High Education CEO Conference was held as a Highlander at the end of the month of June 1st. They had nearly 40 executives attending. So once again, another opportunity for us to showcase the Highlander in the fine fashion and all that it has to offer. The second item there is that more updates with regards in terms of attendees. They've held a lot of conferences and a lot of meetings in their short tenure. So they are getting a great vote of confidence, and bookings are going up. So they're very early in the cycle, but early results are strong, and they remain optimistic. The foundation also approved the operating budget for 2023-2024, and this included included in this budget was the upgrade for the RU advancement and Razor's Edge software. So this is a critical one and a big ticket item. So they did do that. And also our their investment manager, BNY Mellon, presented both at the CEO conference and also the foundation board meeting. And very reassuring, and that partnership also continues to flourish. I think they've been in place for probably a little bit over 4 years, but they continue to do a fine job. So that concludes my report from the foundation. There'll be a lot more next time. Like I mentioned, Rachel drove a lot of the key initiatives, and she's done a lot to forge the relationship between the Board of Visitors and also the foundation. And I believe that we'll all benefit from the work she put in. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions for Marquette? If not, we are going to move on to our report to the Board of Visitors from the student representative to the board, Michaela Baker.
For my update, I met
with incoming student leaders to develop a plan for fall 2023, connected with local student representatives to introduce them to other representatives across the Commonwealth, and I attended the VA DOB student representatives. So for my first bullet point, I met with past presidents and incoming presidents of large organizations such as the Student Government Association, Our Space, Diversity Awareness Programming, and I've also met with the students who are now going to be considered those positions, and I thought that was really important. I thought that was really important for me to connect with both because, of course, the people who held the positions in the past have a unique set of knowledge, and then the students who are incoming also possess a certain set of knowledge that would help them in that position. So I just thought that that was really important. And so originally I wanted to do a really large type of summit to introduce and connect with student leaders. But of course, it proved to be incredibly difficult to coordinate one day that all of these students were available and ready. And so instead, I did multiple smaller groups, which honestly ended up working a little bit better because I feel like students were more comfortable and could be a little bit more honest than if they were in a group of 40 plus people. And so I met with these different groups, and through the larger organizations, because a takeaway that I received from the smaller organizations is that they felt that they didn't really have a stage or an audience, or they found it really hard to connect with students because, of course, without a certain amount of money, it's really hard to consistently put on events that will get students' attention or pique their interest. And so I made sure to really stress that to the larger organizations, that the smaller organizations really want to collab and really want to use the presence that we have to further their club's initiatives. And so with the new presidents of the organizations, I made sure to introduce them to presidents and leaders of smaller organizations, because I think the hardest part is kind of just putting a face to a name. And so with the student leaders of the larger organizations with bigger budgets, we all kind of agreed that you kind of do see the same organizations kind of recycling, not really events, but it's just when you see events that happen on campus, it's like the same. You're seeing it's student government, you're seeing it's DAP, it's Black Student Alliance. And so we want to give the smaller affinity groups or the smaller clubs the same opportunity to reach their audience and to make an impact on campus. And so the new presidents of the organizations, I have the pleasure of knowing a few of them personally. And so they've all been really hands-on in making sure that they connect with the student leaders from smaller organizations and making sure that in fall 2023, these connections remain and they stay afloat essentially. And so I'm hoping that that continues into fall 2023, just kind of this open bridge of communication, because everyone agreed that we do operate on our own little islands and there's not a lot of mixing. And so I'm hoping that I've helped kind of introduce some of these student leaders to smaller groups and smaller organizations, and hopefully they can collaborate and we can reach a larger Radford audience. And I connected with the incoming student representative to introduce him to the new BOV representatives that have also been appointed. At this point, I would honestly say I think about all of the schools in the Commonwealth have either elected or appointed a new student representative at this point. And we're all in a group chat together. And we've picked a day, so we're all going to meet on June 17th. It's going to be virtual, but we're all going to meet. It's going to be the past BOV representatives and the incoming BOV representatives from a variety of schools across the Commonwealth. I think there's anywhere from 10 to 15 schools in the group chat. And everyone has been very hands-on and has really wanted to make sure that we connect, because we had such a great time when we met at JMU last fall. And so I kind of want to provide Troy with that opportunity as well. And so we will meet, and hopefully I'm thinking we're just going to introduce to each other and just kind of explain the different roles that we serve at our universities and what some of our missions have been. And I attended the VA BOV student representatives where it was just us, but a few different schools were still waiting on elections to happen, waiting for appointments to happen. But now at this point, essentially everyone has been appointed and we've all been pretty hands-on. And so my findings from doing my initiative was that majority of the student leaders are aware of the problem of engaging students, and it was really just a matter of brainstorming and trying to find a way to bridge that gap. And so I'm hoping that
through building some of these connections and introducing student leaders to other students on campus and even students who are not engaged, just, I hate to say regular students, but just students who are not as engaged on campus as others. I made sure that they kind of knew what their wants were and what their needs were and why they felt like their voices weren't really being heard. And also student leaders are very excited to work with each other and help lessen the divide. Like I mentioned, everyone was pretty much on the same page of knowing like, yeah, we don't really have a lot of like intercommunication happening between clubs and organizations. And so I'm hoping that in the fall 2023, there still is this open means of communication happening. And yeah, so that is it. All right. Any questions, comments?
I just want to say, Michaela, congratulations. It was great to see you walk across the stage last month. And I also want to thank Mr. Turk for providing an opportunity for an internship. I think that was a wonderful learning experience for you and for Michaela. And so congratulations.
Thank you.
You've done a great job this year and I appreciate it. My question is, what was the mood generally of the BOV reps that you met with about just kind of where they were and how they were feeling about their experiences?
I would say it was pretty positive. At certain schools, the SGA president and the BOV rep is one position. So so they run for the position. And if you run for SGA president, BOV rep just kind of, that's just a part of your duties. It's just something that you do. So it's a little bit different because of course, like I was appointed, we're nominated. But for the ones who are elected, this is like really something that they wanted. And for certain schools, they had no idea that they would become BOV representative when they ran for SGA president. So that was kind of a little shocking for some because they were like, oh, I just wanted to be, student body president. Didn't know I was going to assume this. But overall, I would say everyone had a pretty positive experience. At certain schools, it looks a little bit different. Like at JMU, he ran for his position. So the student body elects them. So they have a little bit more like exposure, I guess. And so that really works in their favor as far as getting things done and accomplishing different initiatives that they want. But each student, we're all just kind of like, this was an amazing opportunity. And it was a great way to connect because similarly to me, other students were able to find connections through board members, especially for the larger schools where there's a lot of diversity on our board as well, but there was just an opportunity for people to be able to really build some meaningful connections. And so I would say a lot of the students had very positive experiences.
You've been a wonderful ambassador for this university.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Are there other questions?
Michaela, I was just going to say, if this is you nervous, then I would not want to be the attorney opposite you in a courtroom. I wonder, and I say this for students who may feel hesitant about taking leadership roles in college because it is a lot of extra work and you have to put yourself out there, which sometimes can feel really uncomfortable. Can you give us a sense of how you feel like you have personally grown over this year through your leadership experience and also, what you will take, how that will benefit you going forward in your next chapter?
Well, frankly, I think I'm a very outgoing person. I consider myself a big extrovert. So coming to Radford and putting myself out there, I was definitely very nervous and a little scared, but it was just kind of something I knew I had to do because I knew I really wanted to be involved. And so I was like, you just have to get over this like speed bump right now and you'll get to where you want to go. But as far as growing, I think that this position has definitely shown me, patience and just work until you can get to the outcome that you want. I went through a lot of professional development just as far as what to say to people, how to speak to students. I was really used to being surrounded by students who are similar to me, who are very involved on campus, like super motivated to do certain things. And through this position and speaking with students who are not involved, I realized how difficult it can be to overcome that obstacle of like putting yourself out there and making new friends. My mom always told me I never met a stranger. So for me, I'm like, just walk up to somebody and like just start a conversation. But it definitely made me understand that there are students who want to be engaged, but they just kind of need a little bit more help in entering that space, because especially when there's people such as myself and Justine who have been involved since freshman year, it can be a little intimidating to just walk into a room and be like, well, I want to join this organization. So it definitely showed me to give people a little bit more grace and compassion in those sense. That's it.
Just when I recruit individuals with less than 5 years out of college, one of the things that keep them in our organization is knowing that they have made an impact. You know, it's hard when you start as an analyst in a company to think you can change the course of the organization at such a young age. So many of them said, I want to be a supervisor in 2 years. And many times business leaders miss they're really asking for. And it's, do I make an impact, and what is that impact? And so I ask, as you've engaged with all the student leaders, engagement is one thing. Let's do something. But do they feel like they're making an impact on the campuses, whether it's at Radford or those other schools? Did you get that sense that they feel that they own the school, that this is better because I did this, or my organization I led did this? Do you feel that, or is there any of that conversation or points that you might have experienced?
Personally, for myself, I definitely feel that way through being president of the Black Student Alliance and being a part of Student Government Association. It's like I had a direct hand in planning Unity Fest or planning the Black Excellence Gala, or just planning events on campus. Because to me, just going to an event and seeing students, smiling and talking and mingling with each other, like that's an impact to me. And I would assume that at other universities, they would say the same thing. Like at JMU, mental health was his big initiative that he was pushing, and they were able to change the way that students were able to access mental health there. Like they have an app now that you can speak to a therapist through, like, I guess the JMU app. And so that was a huge change and a huge difference that they made, because they also do not have a limit on how many sessions you can attend with a therapist on campus. But of course that made waits really long, and availability was just really low. And so him making that change was a huge impact on their campus. And honestly, I would say at other universities in the Commonwealth, I would say that the BOV student representatives feel the same way.
Other?
Michaela, you've been on the board, you've had got a relationship with us over the year, and I was going to ask you, what do you see our importance being to the student body, and you attending meetings and seeing what we do and hear how we go about doing things? Do you have any recommendation to us as a board on how you would suggest we have more contact and more impact on the student body, if you think that's important?
Oh yeah, no, it is for sure. I guess, and this is something that's been said in the past, is just kind of like exposure, because even I know when I tell people like, oh, I'm the BOV student representative, they're like, what's the BOV? Because everybody knows President Brett, like we all, yeah. But they don't realize, the people who are also working behind the scenes and making big decisions behind the scenes. And so I don't really know what that would look like, whether it be, an event at the beginning of the year, or you all attending Club Fair the first Friday of the semester, or something like that. But I think just kind of explaining to students what the BOV is. And now that I think about it, when I went to Quest, I don't think we even went over what the BOV was. I don't think I knew what it was until I met the BOV representative that year. And that's how a lot of students feel. They didn't know what it was until they met me, and they're like, oh, I recognize your name, I recognize your face, and I realized that you also serve in this position. So I would just try to find a way to bridge that gap and just kind of explain what you do, because even when I explain it, I feel like people still don't really understand, the magnitude a little bit. And so that would kind of be my recommendation.
Thank you.
Yeah. And I would just like to say thank you so much for this opportunity. I don't want to get emotional, but it's been a great opportunity to learn from you all and to have this experience. So thank you for being so supportive through it all. I just always, even my first time coming up here, I just remember looking out and everyone was smiling at me, and it just takes a lot of the stress away. So thank you.
Well, Michaela, I think you recognize how much we really care and how proud we are of you. That's why we do this. So thank you. And thank you for all you've done. It's always wonderful to hear your perspective. And it's just amazing to see students like you excelling and going out and representing Radford and doing great things. So best of luck. We're really proud of you. So after that, I'm going to go and dry my tears. But after this, we're going to hear from the faculty. Senate Representative David Beach is here to speak with us. And he's going to be talking about the things that they're doing, including a resolution for academic freedom and civil discourse that they have worked on. But we're going to take about 3 minutes, 4 minutes to run over and get some lunch, because I know everybody's stomach is growling. We have other things on our agenda. So David, if you can just give us a couple minutes to do that, we'd greatly appreciate it. So we can just take a couple minutes, go over and get some lunch and refreshment. So in deference to time, we'll go ahead and get started. So David Beach will be giving us a presentation related to the Faculty Senate and the resolution that they have created. Thank you, David, for being here in good stead.
Certainly. Oops, we'll go back a little bit. I'm a Mac person. Need to go back a few. Oh, okay. I guess it's not on the slides then. Okay. Thank you, Rector McMahon. I'm representing Kurt Gingrich and our Faculty Senate President, who's currently in France, and I welcome the opportunity to provide you with an update from the faculty. First and foremost, we appreciate the collaborative work between the Executive Committee of this board and the Faculty Senate Executive Council. Our dialogue over the past year demonstrates our commitments to the students of Radford, to David Smith, Lisa Throckmorton, and Mark Lawrence, and Michaela Baker, whose terms are expiring. Thank you for your service and dedication to this board and this university. We've all benefited from your insights and expertise. And we would like to remember board member Rachel Folks, who served with us with dignity and wisdom. Since the last board meeting, the Faculty Senate addressed 51 motions. All but 2 dealt with curriculum. 1 non-curricular motion added language related to the open educational resources, low and/or zero textbook cost to the textbook sales policy, codifying our commitment to helping students and their families afford their educational cost. The other non-curricular motion is the one that's before you today, the Faculty Senate resolution on academic freedom and civil discourse. In January, the Faculty Issues Committee was charged with developing language for a resolution. The committee reviewed other similar Faculty Senate documents from peer institutions and other Virginia institutions, and consulted with the AAUP, the American Association of University Professors, Radford's free expression policy, our own statement of principles in the Teaching and Research Faculty Handbook, and last December's statement by the Virginia Council of Presidents, the one which Kirk Cox mentioned earlier, pledging to promote and uphold academic freedom. The chair of the Faculty Issues Committee, Kevin Farrell, along with Senators Matt Close and John Cook, drafted a resolution over spring break and then went to the committee for review and revision. That next draft was reviewed by the Executive Council, and that revision was shared in late March with President Danilovich and the board's Executive Committee. Our constructive conversation produced the version that you have before you today, which I am pleased to announce passed unanimously in the Faculty Senate. Nothing ever passes unanimously in the Faculty Senate. I am encouraged not only with this robust resolution, but also with the result of the task force on civil discourse and freedom of expression. You'll be hearing from Heather Keith and Tricia Smith about the task force immediately following this presentation. While created separately, both the task force's statement and the Senate resolution reflect the core commitment to our longstanding value of academic freedom, intellectual freedom, our constitutional right to freedom of speech, and our responsibility for civil discourse and constructive dialogue. So I welcome any questions that you have about the resolution.
Thank you for the time, Dr. Beach. I'm just curious what started the process to go through this. I reaffirm my support for academic freedom. It's been a discussion that I've even had with President Danilovich to understand intellectual property rights of faculty in certain circumstances. So I'm supportive of it. But in terms of the resolution, what prompted the action to do this evaluation and
I think, looking at the national landscape of what is going on in some states, And some of the threats to academic freedom made us consider that we should reaffirm what we have stated already. And with the task force on freedom of expression and civil discourse, we thought this would be a really good time to reconsider and to draft a resolution that would be robust and would be standing for a long period of time. When we looked at similar documents that were passed by other faculty senates, there seemed to be a bit of partisanship that was in it, and we wanted to take a step back from that so that we really focus on these core principles and ideals that we all value in the institution.
Are there other questions, Tyler?
Thank you, Madam Rector. Apologies in advance if this is getting in the weeds a little bit, but it's the curse of a process mind. So reading through it, I don't really see anything that's actionable except for encouraging the board to reject any attempts to restrict academic freedom and civil discourse at Radford University, which I think we've achieved in part with the freedom of expression policy that we've adopted for the institution. So I'm just curious from a process standpoint, if this is an actionable resolution before the board for an actual vote. And if so, is it customary for the actionable resolutions to go through a committee process or anything?
This is actually a resolution that the Faculty Senate passed. So we won't be making any resolution related. This is owned by the Faculty Senate. That is their statement. That's not ours. That's not a resolution that we are going to pass or vote on per se.
Okay, thank you.
Are there other questions? Jennifer.
Dr. Beach, thank you. You made a reference to the national climate, which we unfortunately can't escape hearing about on almost a daily basis. I wonder if you could characterize the environment on campus. I mean, there's even been attention to faculty feeling like they can't freely teach things that are perhaps sensitive subjects or, I mean, you name it. Can you just kind of brief us on what the environment is, what the attitudes are, and if it's your sense that the faculty feel like they can freely talk about this, whether they, feel some stress about it or not?
I think the climate across the faculty is mixed. And I think you'll find that in most other institutions as well, that some faculty feel they cannot talk about some certain things in classes that they would like to. And I think that falls on all across the spectrum. But I think overall, our faculty feel supported. I think our students feel supported, that they can freely speak when they wish. And I think when there is any type of discord, it's incumbent on both faculty and student as a community to remain civil and talk about differences, because we really succeed because of our differences. And when we start approaching it that way, and when Heather and Tricia talk about the task force recommendations, you'll see that we're really moving forward in trying to create that climate of civil discourse here at the university.
Are there other questions or comments? George.
Just one more comment. I earlier said that I reaffirm my support to academic freedom, and actually freedom of expression as well. I think that my experience with Radford faculty, when both I was a student, and even as I've engaged with members of the Faculty Senate, I feel that there is a collective belief that we do support those elements, and so I feel very comfortable with where we're going. So thank you for that feedback in terms of the sentiment and the environment. I really applaud you doing it. I have a daughter that goes to another institution, and I start questioning, does the faculty understand that? And I feel that Radford does a great job at it. So thank you for what you do. And at least from my perspective, you he have my full support that those are two very important elements to preserve the intent of the university to create this diversity of ideas and find solutions to advance society. So thank you for that, and please continue doing what you're doing.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think, it was the nexus of so many things. The governor's request to address freedom of expression and civil discourse, President Danilowicz's appointment of a task force earlier this year, and the faculty considering this. And I think, as I mentioned, I think it's a robust resolution. I think what the task force has done has been absolutely remarkable. Coming up, especially with some action plans for the coming 3 years. And I think we're in a really good position.
Just a comment, David, I want to thank you and your executive committee of the Senate for engaging with us. And I want to thank Rector Archer and Rector McMahon for continuing to build momentum and more frequency and intent with that. You guys don't have to take on these roles, but you do. I know they're thankless many times, but whether it's Katie or Jake or whomever, you all do such a service for this board by being a partner with us. And I just want to thank you. I'll miss working with you. But I do want to thank you for the leadership you and your colleagues continue to provide, because it's really important to this board.
Thank you, Mark. I appreciate that. Our representatives to the Virginia Faculty Senate have told our colleagues across the state about our interaction with the board, and everyone is very envious about us. And this, beginning the dialogue with former Rector Archer and continuing with Rector McMahon, I think has benefited both groups completely.
I would certainly concur. Are there others that have comments specifically? David? Well, I too, I think that our joint meetings have been very productive, and we've all learned a lot. And I cannot tell you how much we respect what the faculty does. And as Mark said, all the extra work you've done and do. And specifically with regard to this resolution, you all have worked really hard on this and making sure that the faculty has a resolution that you can refer back to. And I would like to entertain that the board make a motion to have a vote of support for the work that they have done in putting together this resolution for Radford. So if they're all in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Well, thank you again. We really appreciate all the work that you do and what you've done. This resolution is quite an accomplishment for you all.
Okay, thank you, Rector, and thank you to the board.
So next we're going to hear from some other folks on civil discourse and freedom of expression, and the president's going to do some introductions.
So as you've heard from the faculty and through our students, I believe our campus is in a good place with respect to freedom of expression and civil discourse, but we can always get better. And every place is imperfect. And in a sense, in coming here, this became a priority, not just in the Commonwealth, this is a national priority, because there are institutions and students who are being turned off by the nature of conversations on some campuses. So therefore, I did feel it was important to get a task force together on this. And my first conversation was with one of our two speakers, which is Dr. Heather Keith. And the reason I spoke with her about this is twofold. One is her position. She is the executive director of faculty development and oversees our Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, so how to train others. But the second part of that, she's a professor of philosophy and she happens to study freedom of expression. So this is an area that's of personal interest to her. And she volunteered. She was not voluntold. She volunteered that this would be an exciting, well, okay, no, really, it was volunteer. And she was excited to work with this group, and a group of individuals across campus was named, staff and students, to work together to create a plan of what we should do with respect to structures and training for our campus. And she's going to be reporting to us on that. And one of the task force members is joining her here, Ms. Tricia Smith, soon to be Dr. Smith, but not right, not too far in the distant future. She's been studying for a little while for this. But she is an associate vice president for student life here at the institution. And I would say that both these individuals that are presenting today are highly respected by not just their colleagues, but the entire campus. So really the group that has come together, it was all volunteers and it was all really respected individuals to lead this effort. So this isn't a group that I hand chose to say, do this for me. This is a group with an independent mind that really supports these philosophies to come up with a plan for campus. And with that, Heather and Tricia.
Thanks so much for the opportunity to be here and for inviting us to share our recommendations, the work of our year-long task force. I want to note that we had representatives from each of the colleges on campus. We had representatives from the dean's level, from student life, obviously, from students themselves, and we also were able to speak with each of those constituencies throughout the process. What we're going to do really briefly, because I know you have this information, is highlight a couple of things. Trish is going to start us off by talking a little bit about the context and process, and I will share both our statement, university-wide statement recommendation that we came up with, as well as a 2-year action plan. Thank you. Lovely to see you all today. Here's a list of all those folks that President Danilovich mentioned on the task force, and it was an absolute honor to serve alongside them. When we entered that room, Michaela, you're not alone. And like, oh, this is scary. I walked in and went, oh my gosh, all of these people are incredible. I'm so excited to have these conversations with them. And so it was a gift. And I just want to also say thank you to Dr. Keith for convening this group with grace and invitation and innovation. She set exactly the right climate for having the type of conversation we needed to have to get to these recommendations. So we learned early fall that 63% of students nationally don't feel like they can say what they're thinking on their campus. And that is an issue that we need to tackle. And so we were grateful that the governor and the president agreed and said, we need to think strategically about how we're making this a priority on our campus here at Radford. We were lucky enough to have documentation from the Bipartisan Policy Center. You can see the roadmap for free expression is mentioned here. You can Google that. It's an incredible tool, and it really got us started in our conversations between October and April. We spent a lot of time practicing in our convening of the group and equal time dreaming about what it could be. We're really lucky that our campus actually has a pretty strong foundation. We have a lot of people who care deeply, and you can't trade that for anything. B, we actually did a policy analysis of what are our current frameworks that help us do this, and we're really strong in that area as well. So we got to spend our time really thinking about what are the next steps and how do we continue advancing this priority in a really thoughtful way. So our recommendations are going to include some outcomes, and then, as Heather mentioned, a statement and a 2-year plan. So begin with the end in mind. Here's what we'd like to see on our campus. We want to build capacity. It is an institution of learning, right? And so all of us are on this journey to continue to build our skills around dialogue. As you all mentioned earlier, it is a very, very important time that we do that. We want to instill a sense of trust, inclusion, and belonging. As you all are well aware, because you have lived some life, that can make the difference, right? So people can feel empowered to find their voice, speak their voice and allow others to do the same. So that climate, instilling that climate of trust is going to be incredibly important. I mentioned aligning our policies and procedures toward that end. And then we'd like to see an ongoing systems approach to supporting this. So a group that is going to continue to monitor, build out trainings and programs, much like this initial task force did.
Thank you. So one of the two things that we did in the task force this year was to create a university-wide draft recommendation for a statement on freedom of expression and constructive discourse. And so you all have that, and we would be happy to answer questions about it or look at any of the specifics. But we were thinking in sort of three areas here: the importance of the intellectual freedom and what that does for our students and our faculty and our staff and our community, and the importance of that for innovation, for creative and critical thinking, for moving forward together, for growth, for learning. And then also to note the responsibility that comes along with that. We want everybody to feel trusted and an included member of our community so that they can find their voice, and then also to understand the responsibility of using that voice in reasoned argument, in constructive debate, in moving forward together to solve problems. And we hope that you see that here. And then at the end, obviously looking at our political climate and hoping that we are graduating our students who will go out and be productive, constructive, supportive members of that climate so that the future looks a little more empathetic and reflective and reasoned and a little less polarized and antagonistic. And hopefully you'll see that in some of our recommendations as well. So a 2-year action plan. And in our action plan, we're thinking both in terms of what freedom of expression looks like and preparing ourselves for doing that on campus, because we are educators, all of us on campus, really preparing ourselves and our students and our constituents and our community for having conversations about important, difficult, sometimes controversial topics, and then giving opportunities to have these discussions on campus and to really think collaboratively about solving the problems of our time together. So you'll see 3 areas here on our recommendations for each of the years and hopefully beyond that. Curricular ideas, some co-curricular innovations and events, and then some administrative tasks. And as usual, there's a lot of background stuff, right? There's a whole bunch more administration that happens than the great events and the great conversations. There's a lot of stuff that has to go into that. So just a couple of things I want to point out. This year, already underway, our first-year students will be in a program with the Constructive Dialogue Institute, which is a partner organization that specializes in bipartisan, multi-partisan discussion and dialogue and preparing ourselves for empathetically and reflectively entering into debate with one another to solve problems. We were fortunate that Chev offered an opportunity to Commonwealth universities to pay for half of this program if we'd all sort of do it together. And so we are one of 12 Chev institutions who have been working together to present this opportunity on campus. Our first-year students will be involved in 8 online modules with some activities built around those, both in our new 3-day orientation and in our first-year seminar. And we're going to build programming around that with faculty and staff. And so we're really excited about that. There'll be some credentialing and badging when students complete the program. And it also offers an opportunity. There's a workforce version of it, which we also will be able to use on campus next year. And it will be used with any offices or organizations on campus who would like to do that. We're hoping that a lot of faculty and staff will take that opportunity. It will be available to the board as well to use. So a workforce version of this, equipping us to have constructive dialogue. So I'm excited about that. And alongside the other Chev institutions, we're meeting regularly with the other faculty developers and the other student engagement folks on the other campuses to find out what they're doing and to assess as we go what it is providing our campus so we can make decisions about whether we want to partner with an organization like that in the future. I'll also add, it's not part of the recommendations, but we are also experimenting with a campus common read, which will go along with this programming in the fall. We'll be reading Michael Schur's How to Be Perfect in our University 100 course, and we have right now a faculty reading group for faculty who are interested in being able to converse with students. It's a really fun ethics book. I'm an ethicist, so I think all ethics is fun, but it's really fun for everybody. Michael Schur was the producer of The Good Life, The Good Place, if you were binging that during the pandemic like I was. Also wrote for The Office and Parks and Recreation, and decided as part of that he wanted a publicly accessible sort of ethics primer, and it's really funny and entertaining, but also really good ethics work. And our students will be reading that in University 100 this fall. So part of the programming that we're building for them will be around that book as well. And we also are planning in each of the years faculty development. You'll hear from me later about what that looks like, what we're offering to faculty to build their skills to have these conversations with students in the classroom. We also have co-curricular opportunities. The Constructive Dialogue Institute, as I said, will be available to student organizations. And when we visited SGA, they let us know that they were interested in going through that program as well. We are suggesting that each year going forward, we have something for those of you who were part of this, like the Highlander Discovery Institute, where we invite a major campus speaker on some topic, and then we build programming and dialogue and discussion around that. We're looking also at resources for students that we can push out in other ways, like through the web page, and we've got lots of examples of other universities who've got information for students about their First Amendment rights and responsibilities on campus. And we're also recommending that we train a student response team so that if we have difficult dialogue on campus, we're not just equipping faculty and staff, but we're equipping our students to also respond. And then a lot of the administrative things are the background that goes along with this in terms of looking at our policies and making sure that we're aligning with our goals, looking at external evaluations about how we're doing in freedom of expression and making sure that we turn some of the yellow lights green with outside organizations, doing an asset map to see what's going on campus and how we can build on it. Sustaining the work, building things like web pages and resources, doing that capacity development, not only for faculty and staff, but administration and board, eventually perhaps the greater Radford community. And then considering moving forward with other partnerships within SHEV or with outside organizations like the Center for Constructive Dialogue. And also, ideally, this advisory group will look for funding for many of these things. And then continuing into the future, thinking about really building that symposium or Highlander Discovery type institute into a symposium or institute or sort of a multi-day event with programming built around that, fully integrating this work into the student experience from day one when they arrive on campus. Thinking about other ways that we can really support and prepare for dialogue on campus, in the dining hall, in student life, in student organizations, considering other organizations we may want to bring in that specialize in multi-partisan discussion, and then creating more opportunities, both online and outside resources for our faculty and staff and administration to continue this work over time. And then eventually, ideally, we'll really start thinking about how we can build on our capacity to create outreach to the local community, to the Commonwealth itself, to be really a spotlight of this kind of work, but also to generate this interest in constructive dialogue among others outside of the university. So those are our recommendations, both the statement and the action plan. We've got an appendix with some resources and examples. I wanted to also mention that, as well as Tricia Smith, we had Dr. Matt Smith, the Dean of the College of Humanities and Behavioral Sciences, who was going to be presenting with us today, but he is chair of the VP for enrollment search and has a candidate on campus. So we let him go. We did tell him that all hard questions we will direct to him. But if you have easy questions, we would love to hear them. And I want to say also thanks to David for being a member of the task force. So working with the faculty, but also working with us here. So love to have questions. Mark.
If I could jump in first, if you don't mind. First of all, I just want to say when I charged the group, in some ways I didn't know what to expect to come out of it. And the report was concise, easy to understand, implementable, and frankly, every part of it just seemed the right thing to do. And so first of all, I don't think I've ever said congratulations or thank you so much to the team, but I want to convey that. The second part of this, you all know that this is a priority of the governor. I feel bad that it has to be a priority of the governor. The governor should not be in a position where he has to tell campuses this should be a priority. This should simply be an institutional priority. Again, why would this ever have to go up to the governor's office, right? So this, for Radford University, it is important. It's critical for enrollment management, right? Making sure that for students coming here, everybody is welcome and everybody is welcome to have a dialogue. Similarly, it's critical for retention and progression of our students. If a student gets here and they feel that they can't speak up and have their voice heard, why would I stay there? I don't belong at the institution. So for our priorities around enrollment, this is directly tied to it. Don't view this as separate. This is tied into that without question. So this has to be a university priority. And there's obviously I'm sure there's tweaks and there's other things that we can do, but I just want to tell you that I fully embrace the recommendations of what this group is doing. And I hope that, comments that are towards this are really constructive, how we make it better, because we're going to be doing this one way or another. And how do we just make it even that much more effective? So I just wanted to provide that framework. I don't often stamp in before, questions start, but I felt on this one, I wanted to do so.
Absolutely, very important to do that. Mark, I know you had a question.
Yeah, but I want to thank the president for his comments because I'm 1,000 billion times in total alignment with what you just said. I'd love to see this in the K-12 system, frankly, because I think it could really set the stage for what follows that. The Constructive Dialogue Institute, is that an external organization?
It is.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
I was just curious about that. The fact that you're wanting to embed it beginning with orientation, I think is fantastic. I just applaud everything that you're doing, and Lord knows the world needs this right now. So thank you for your work.
I had a comment or a question. I noticed that under some of the administrative pieces, there was assessment of the efforts that you all will be doing and having as part of this this project or this change. But I was wondering, like, what metrics we'll be using to find out, to measure how effective it is. And when we have students leave the institution, what are they leaving with that we can really see and measure?
Yeah, that's a great question. Thank you. So things like the Constructive Dialogue Institute has some assessment built in. So students can rate their sort of perspectives before and after. And we'll be working with the faculty in University 100 to implement some assignments that do that as well. I'm a big proponent of dispositional goals in higher ed. So we talk a lot about content outcomes. What do our students know when they graduate? And skills outcomes, definitely important. What can our students do? And by the way, throughout this conversation, we were talking about what do we want our students to be able to do, not only as great citizens, but in their careers. And we recognize that a lot of these goals are career professional goals as well. And so we work closely with the NACE core competencies for careers in doing this process. But I'm a big proponent of dispositional goals, that there are ways to figure out if somebody is able to converse more empathetically and reflectively with other perspectives and to engage them. And so part of what we hope the group going forward will do will be to work with faculty to develop some learning outcomes and then to develop some activities that go along with those that we can sort of take and look at as a team anonymously for the students. Do a blind review of how students are doing on some of those dispositional goals. Can they entertain multiple perspectives? Can they see reasonableness behind multiple perspectives in the end? So some of those classroom type assessments will be part of this. And then I think it kind of depends on the initiative, but we can assess how well something like an institute goes with before and after surveys. We're pretty adept at doing that in a lot of our programming on campus already. We can look at numbers. We'll do that as well. We can look at outreach attempts and how those are going. So it's going to depend a little bit on the initiative, and that's something that the advisory group going forward will be charged with, I think, initially.
It'll be really interesting to see the data associated with even with enrollment and as people go through the training, whether or not they feel more comfortable.
And definitely enrollment should be part of that. Yeah.
Lisa.
This is just a comment since we've talked so much today about corporate partnerships and things along those lines, that obviously the priority is getting this rolled out here at Radford, but it seems like there's a tremendous opportunity to be a thought leader and a education enabler on this particular topic, not just in the Commonwealth, but nationwide. So just, I don't know, just I could see Coursera options on this or lots of different ways to bring companies that we would love to create relationships with into the fold.
Absolutely. Yeah, thanks.
I want to echo everyone in thanking you for this very important work. I have two questions, and I hope I'm not too much in the weeds, but I just want to understand this. The first one is the student response teams. Can you just talk a bit more about what they would be trained to do?
Yeah. Do you want to? Sure. It's a great question. So oftentimes my office or my team members and Dr. Chagister's office will receive questions or asks for support from students who are in conflict. So where I often see it is in student organizations. If we're able to build capacity among students so that there are peer-to-peer conflict resolution and constructive dialogue options, there's multiple layers of wins there, right? First, it is developing additional skills beyond their own, but to be able to facilitate for someone else, that core group of students is going to be well ahead of the expectations of whatever industry they're entering. The other is that students really like hearing from their peers. And so there's a different power dynamic, a different level of community commitment that happens when we're able to empower them to navigate those things with one another. So that's the hope.
Gotcha. That makes perfect sense.
And if I could just add briefly onto that, on some campuses, there's faculty response teams, what we'll call them behavioral response teams, student response teams, and their goal is to adjudicate. This is up, this is down based on what you're doing. That is not this group. This is for facilitation to resolve conflict. Again, when two people can't understand how to talk to each other, to have a fellow students go in there and help them understand each other's perspective. So the response team, again, can have some baggage associated with it. That's just want to let you know what the purpose of this one is. It's
a learning exercise for everyone. That's very constructive. And then, forgive me, I just have a question about a line in the statement. It is, let's see. So it's the end of the first paragraph. Knowledge of social and natural systems, and then technological advancement. That just those kind of stuck out to me. I'm not sure what the first phrase means, and I'm not sure the role of the second. So.
Sure. That's a great question. So what we were trying for here is the acknowledgement that that education itself is a process of growth, right? Students come in, they don't know everything. We don't either, by the way. But education, the process of education is one of growth, advancement, change over time, evolution. And so knowledge of social and natural systems. So understanding of political organization, understanding of ecological organization. So understanding the social and natural sciences is all in part a result of being able to freely study, to freely engage with ideas, to play with ideas, to understand the reasoning behind ideas, and then eventually to make discovery as a result of that. So that's sort of what that's about. And we tried to, if you look at knowledge of social and natural systems, creativity, technological advancement, and productive change, these kind of align with parts of the university, right? So we're actually thinking about disciplines here, thinking about my field and the humanities, thinking about creativity and the arts, thinking about the natural sciences, the social sciences, thinking about something like technological advancement, that we don't have new technology without the process of discovery. And we don't have the process of discovery without the free play of ideas. And so everything that we are about at a university involves in some sense the free play of ideas. And this is sort of our statement of support for that. I don't know if that helps.
It does very much.
Okay.
Thank you.
George. How about I say I have some comments, and I'll speak from my expertise as a parent. You know, my daughter goes to an institution that has actually implemented these programs that even before she could register for classes, I had to take 4 hours worth of orientation that was somewhat setting the stage of how I need to focus on many of the objectives that are looking to be achieved here. And so I accepted it. That's part of her going to that institution and learning a different perspective. And as she went through her coursework and it started becoming evident that it was part of the curriculum, what started happening is that these grad students, their unconscious bias started driving grades, where if you don't necessarily agree with them politically, they're going to challenge your work. But if you agree with them politically, they're going to help you take your assignments now and publish it technologically. And these were already topics that she was very uncomfortable going through and understanding, but she understood that as part of this goal, you need to see a different perspective. Now she walks around the campus feeling there's no safe zone, because if she opens up and speaks a certain way, she's going to get shunned by others within that institution. So what I'm offering is, as you look at the curriculum, as you expose that, having that unconscious bias that many of us have, that if you don't look like us, if you don't think like us, you don't know that you're actually seeing it unfavorably, that we try to find a way to tackle that. Because really, when it comes down to civil discourse, that's what it is. It's our unconscious bias getting in the way of being able to speak to a human being. So I'm offering that because as a parent at another institution, and hopefully my other two kids are going to come to Radford, right? That's the goal. I like to ensure that there is a foundation for them that doesn't make them feel like they have to have a safe zone in order to be comfortable with who they are. Because if they could express themselves, they would lose 80% of their friends. You know, and I say them because she found one other person, and that's the only way she's able to share her perspective and how she disagrees with things, just to be able to move things forward. So please, I mean, especially when we're going to start changing policies and procedures. And, you know, I understand what the governor's trying to do, but in a state where supposedly it's already in place and it's successful, I'm seeing the results of those unconscious biases that were never part of the design. That how do we train those students that are going to respond to understand unconscious bias? It's almost like you have to have an ombudsman, someone who's going to say, hey, Marquette's supposed to be the one, hey, you're out of the helicopter. You know, you're in the weeds, we're stepping our role. So that's something that I just offer, you know, because in my role, trying to represent the governor's initiatives, what's good for the Commonwealth and what's good for the university. That's something that I'm seeing now, seeing the end product of this. And, you know, I feel bad that my daughter has to go through it. But the best part about it is she's not scared to keep going and just listening It's making her a better person, but it's disappointing that she has to do it in the shadows.
Yeah, that's an interesting perspective. And I think, some of the things we talked about with regard to metrics, see whether or not there are changes and see, find ways to identify that before someone gets too far along in their education. But thank you for that perspective, George. Marquette.
Yes, thank you, Madam Rector. I just want to thank you for continuing to work around this evolution. Not only you evolving the students and faculty, you're also helping us to evolve around this table. So I'd appreciate it if you keep us updated on how it goes and where it makes sense for us to either come sit in a room or interact. Please, I encourage both of you and your counterparts to please invite us to the table, because I think there's a lot to be learned and listen from this. So thank you for your efforts.
Yeah, I think that several of us noticed that there was OV training in there that I think will be great to have exposure to. So yes, thank you very much. Other questions? Well, thank you all very much for your efforts regarding this. It's incredibly important. And if we can have Radford be a model for training students on civil discourse and really helping bring more understanding and empathy to our communities, how proud we can all be. So thank you very much for your work. We really appreciate it. So at this point, we are going to go into a closed session. And so any non-voting board members, I would invite to leave, save the president and Karen, and obviously our attorney. Mike. Just a moment. He's going to read the resolution. Well, I guess we can go ahead and read it now.
I move that the Board of Visitors of Radford University convene a closed session pursuant to section 2.2-3711A, items 1 and 8, under the Virginia Freedom of Information Act for the discussion of personnel matters related to the president's performance plan and evaluation and consultation with legal counsel related to these matters. And I need a second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Take care, Michaela.
Bye, Michaela.
All right.
Well, if you can open the containers. I saw you, you're at 13, poor Jeannie's cups were sitting there. It's like- They are.
I move the following resolution, whereas the Board of Visitors of Radford University has convened a closed session on this date pursuant to an affirmative recorded vote and in accordance with the provisions of the Virginia Freedom of Information Act. And whereas section 2.2-3712 of the Code of Virginia requires a certification by this board that such closed meeting was conducted in conformity with Virginia law. Now therefore be it resolved that the board certifies that, to the best of each member's knowledge, one, only public business matters lawfully exempted from open meeting requirements under this chapter were discussed in the closed meeting to which this certification resolution applies. And two, only such public business matters as were identified in the motion by which the closed session was convened were heard, discussed, or considered by the board. And I need a second. Yes?
Yes.
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 Lisa?
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Yes. Okay, we are back in open session. The next item on the agenda is to discuss have the nominating committee take us through next year's rector and vice rector recommendations.
Thank you, Madam Rector. Good afternoon, Board. On behalf as the Chair of the Nominating Committee, while recognizing today is an opportunity for nominations for the Board of Visitors, we thank you, board members, explicitly for your diligence in our Board of Visitors process for rector and vice rector nominations, allowing every board member the 10-day window to submit and discuss potential nominees. And this committee really appreciates the fact that you do that so we can be in a position to make sure that we are nominating folks who are willing to serve. In compiling the results, the committee brings to the board the following recommendations for Dr. Deb McMahon for rector and Mr. Marquette Smith for vice rector. At this particular time, we do open the floor up for any other additional nominations. Thank you. Hearing none, Karen, Mike, how do we want to proceed? Do I hand this back to Deb for follow-up?
I think you just take a vote, a show of hands.
Okay, perfect. At this particular time, thank you all, board. At this time, show of hands for Dr. Deb McMahon for rector for the 2023-2024 year. Show of hands. Thank you. For Mr. Marquette Smith, for Vice Rector, show of hands, please. You guys are easy. Thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, our Rector for the next calendar year is Dr. Deb McMahon, and our Vice Rector, Mr. Marquette Smith. Let's give them a hand, please. I'd like to take this opportunity before we do that to pay thanks to my guy, Dr. Jay Brown, for his role as serving as Vice Rector for the second time. You get to do it twice? It's pretty good.
I think it's
That's
more
it.
like, it's
No
more
more.
like he had
That's
to do
it.
it twice.
Yeah, 2 and through, kind of like your kids, right? 2 and through. I still haven't figured it out. There you go. I just want to let you know, we appreciate your service on the board for the 7 years you've done it. We all appreciate your contributions, and while you still have another year to serve, I felt it was important to acknowledge publicly what you've been able to do, especially for me. You embraced me as I came on this board, and you're incredibly helpful in helping me understand protocols as well as others. And so I personally want to thank you, and our board thanks you, and I think at this time we can give you a hand as well. Thanks, Jeff. Madam Rector, that closes out my portion, and thank you, board. Congratulations to us all.
Well, thank you very much. I'm very humbled, and I know that there are many on this board who are capable and far more capable likely than I to lead the board over the next year. But first, I do want to I just recognize Jay and your willingness to support me and the board and your contribution to the Commonwealth in general. It's been great to have you working with me this year. I really, really appreciate it. You bring a lot to the table. So in addition, Marquette, being able to work with you I'm really looking forward to that. It's wonderful to have kind of a balanced approach with our different styles and opportunities to really make some serious change in the coming year, positive change. And I'm really excited about what we can do together. So, and I pledge to the rest of the board that Marquette and I will be working a lot together. So you'll hear from me, you'll hear from Marquette. It may be sometimes we're going to double team on you. But I just want to make sure that you all know that and expect that. So, but I appreciate your willingness to support me. So thank you.
And I will say, I would like to thank my fellow board members for their confidence in me in this role. I think we all share the same passion for moving the university forward. We will do exactly that. I feel confident we will, as it relates to enrollment, as it relates to our 6-year plan, and also our financial responsibility as a university. I feel confident that all of us joining together will make that happen. And you have my commitment to pour a lot of energy into turning the curve on some of this. Thank you.
Okay, at this time, I'm going to invite Jay Brown to read the motion based on our discussions in the closed session.
Thank you, Rector, Madam Rector. Performance plan for 2022-2023, President Brett Danilovich. Now therefore be it resolved that the Board of Visitors hereby approves payment for the completion of President Brett Danilovich's 2022 through 2023 performance plan as discussed in closed session on June 9th, 2023, and that said performance plan pursuant to Section E of the employment agreement with President Brett Danilovich dated December 7th, 2021 is considered a personnel record.
Great. Is there a second? Second. All in favor?
Aye.
Any opposed? Great. Wonderful. Thank you very much. So we have one more item on the agenda, although we did have, I don't see Penny because she was going to report the number of scholarships. Did she mention that to you? Yes. Great. So that will be an update on the number of scholarships that were added this year as a follow-up on one of the questions we had during the committee meeting. And so finally, I'm going to have the president introduce our last item on the agenda.
Okay. And I'm delighted that Dr. Heather Keith is still with us. I guess we've had a Guinness Book of World Record length of meeting today, but I appreciate her patience in being here. And we've gone through at our last couple of Board of Visitors meetings, kind of training relative to understanding issues around freedom of expression. And I'm delighted Heather is going to give us an overview of how we introduce faculty to freedom of expression and how to embrace it in the classroom, how to go through those dialogues. So remember, as we learn together, it's important for you to understand what we do so we can keep again, learning together on how to bolster freedom of expression on our campus. And with that, Heather, again, thank you for working through this with us.
Yeah, thanks. I'm delighted to be here still. And we had some nice music in the lobby. It was great. I promise I will not keep you in your seats very much longer. This is not a real workshop or class. It's going to be, as I say, kind of a whirlwind tour, just to give you a flavor of the kind of work that we're doing with faculty and will continue to do with faculty that goes alongside the task force recommendations, but also connects to our RISE QEP for the coming few years. As Dr. Danilovich said, I am Executive Director of Faculty Development, so I work with our faculty on teaching and learning and research and leadership and governance. I also work closely with our Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, which works with faculty on teaching and learning. But my other hat that I'm wearing today is as professor of philosophy, and I specialize in ethics, as I said before. And so I come at this with 30-ish years of working with students on every controversial topic you can think of in the classroom, with the aim that they and I leave each course with a better ability to understand other perspectives, to navigate media, to work with other people, collaborate, to solve problems, to make the world a better place for everybody. So it's where my heart is. I also come at this work with experience in designing and assessing general education and really working on what I talked about earlier as those dispositional goals, in addition to content and skills that we are giving our students. And I believe that the kind of dispositions that I'll talk about today and work with faculty on really are skills that will make them better humans, but also better professionals, better citizens. So with that, though I said this isn't a class or a workshop, I'm going to start it like I would a class or a workshop with a poll. So you have to actually raise your hand if you answer yes to this. Do you think that it's a good idea for our students to graduate with an ability, with skills in working with each other, collaborating, working across political and cultural differences, understanding other perspectives, empathizing, and able to solve problems together? Show of hands. Good idea? All right. Excellent. Can you what? Yeah. All right. Now, I'll also show of hands. How many of you today would feel competent and comfortable entering a classroom with 40 college students talking about controversial, difficult, intractable political problems and lead discussion? Comfort level. How do you feel prepared and ready to do that? Okay, well, we're getting some. That's good. That's excellent. So it's no different with our faculty. For the most part, our faculty are researching and teaching in their content area, right? They are biologists and psychologists and nursing professors and business professors. Philosophy professors, it's kind of what we do a little bit. But even still, when I go into a classroom with a difficult topic, and I teach them all the time, and I still teach, as well as the other hats I wear, I go in a little nervous sometimes because we are in an environment that is politically charged. If you are on social media, you see it every day. We know that sometimes discussions can be really polarized and difficult, and we have to navigate them carefully because we want our students to have that sense of trust and belonging that we talked about earlier, so that every voice is heard, so that we don't have students who feel like they are outcast, that their voice isn't heard, that their opinion doesn't matter, and that they can't learn to make reasoned arguments and be part of our discussions. We don't want that to happen. So one of the things that my office does is work with faculty on what we call brave pedagogy, and that is equipping faculty with the ability to neutrally and reasonably, and sometimes quietly and gently, but bravely navigate difficult conversations with students, whether they are biologists or ethicists. So I'm just going to give you a little tour of some of the development work that we do with faculty so you have a sense of what we're doing. All right, so in a workshop, I would go over the agenda, but this is just an overview of the kind of work we do. We talk about our own institutional culture, the landscape outside,
why we should be teaching controversial, important topics and equipping our students in this way. Most of what we do is actual tactics and tools, and I'll share a little bit of that with you today. We also talk about creating that trusting and inclusive environment for our students, and then how to assess some of this work. All right, I always start with Radford University's core values. I'm not going to read them to you because you know what they are ideally, but you see a lot of the things that we talk about here. They are our core values. These are things we want to instill in our students. We want to talk about relationships, fearless exploration, contributing to positive solutions. We also know that the climate out there is sometimes difficult, and that the students in our classes, and sometimes ourselves as well, don't come with skills in talking with others across differences. So that's something we want to learn to do together. But we also see in our students increased interest in justice issues. We also see increased political polarization, and as we talked about today, an increased interest in really thinking about what academic freedom looks like on college campuses. We'll talk a little bit in my workshops about why we should do this. This is Michael Roth, president of Wesleyan University, and he talks about this political polarization, how we need to work with students to move beyond that so that the next generation isn't sort of where we are now when we look at the media and we look at our own social media and sometimes our own discussions. He also talks about the importance of intellectual diversity in higher education. We talked about that a little bit earlier. And I really like this. We must be aware of confusing the critical thinking we value with the ready-made ideological positions held by the majority of professors and students. Professors and students. We talk about critical thinking all the time. I teach a class called Critical Thinking, but that doesn't mean that I don't come with my own biases as well that I need to be aware of. The first module in our Constructive Dialogue Institute that we talked about earlier, that will be available not only to students, but to faculty and staff and board members and everybody. The first module is on intrinsic bias. So we all come with our own bias and we need to be aware of that. And I talk with faculty about that. And I also talk about some tactics and skills to not let that interfere with our work with students. All right, so we all talk sometimes about safe spaces, that we want students to have safe spaces, and we absolutely do on campus. The classroom, Michael Roth says, we should think of as safe enough or brave spaces. Not safe in the sense that your views will never be challenged, because that's what learning and growing is. My views are challenged all the time in the classroom, but safe enough so that I know I can use my voice and I can experiment. And sometimes I'm going to make mistakes in my reasoning and I'm going to learn and grow from those, but I'm going to be a full member of the community in doing that. So we're walking that fine line between learning and growing and learning from each other and having trust and inclusion, but also learning to critically evaluate our own views. So we need to do this because Mark Johnson talks about avoiding moral fundamentalism and thinking about our beliefs that way. Juliet Eilperin from the Washington Post talks about fight club politics, that's what politics sometimes feels like. And certainly I don't want my classroom to be a fight club. And we also want to counter historically low trust in institutions and each other, which limits the salience of collaborative conflict resolution. And we also want to counter our social and news media environment that seems to sometimes reward destructive criticism instead of constructive dialogue. So we're looking at creating brave spaces for students so they can test their voices in an inclusive and trusting environment with tools that they will use beyond the campus community. All right. There's some other good reasons for doing this that I explore with faculty. We expose students to diverse perspectives, as they will and do already outside the classroom. We want to create empathetic humans. We want to increase their tolerance for complexity, which is a great career skill as well as a citizenship skill. We want to create students who will be adept problem solvers and collaborators. And obviously, we want to create professionals who have the skills needed for jobs of the future. And also, and this is sometimes most important, to me when I'm in a classroom with young people. It's interesting and exciting to talk about important, hot topics. And we are right now in the classroom combating what, if you read the Chronicle of Higher Education or Inside Higher Education, you're seeing all the time as the great disengagement. Unmotivated young people who are failing to see the relevance of what we're doing with them. And this is one way to bring them back in. It's also better for learning. Dealing with important controversial topics can enhance their learning as part of a structured way to raise their motivation, because it shows them that learning is social, a social activity, which we know from the research, brings emotion fully into their learning. It brings them back to the table because they care about a lot of these topics. It also provides them with self-transcendental purpose. So with something to think about beyond their own everyday existence, which we know from lots of studies on students, they want and need. They want to do something beyond their own immediate interests. They want to be connected and involved. All right, I'm gonna cruise through some of these just to show you some of the things that we do with faculty. So everything we do in the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning really is structured active learning, experiential learning, active learning. Very little of what we do, in fact, ironically, is what we are doing right now, where I am telling you things and you are listening to me or vaguely listening to me, and maybe asking questions later. What we do is we work with faculty on active learning, which is projects, teams, discussion, collaboration, really bringing students to the table as authorities themselves. So students teach each other in this kind of setting with professional guidance. Obviously, they learn to learn, which will serve them throughout their lives. Habits of collaboration and empathy, but it also affirms their own views that they come in with and their own knowledge and their own abilities by giving some of the power of the teaching and learning relationship to the students themselves. And I always when I work with faculty, I say, this doesn't mean you can't lecture. There are ways to do this in a lecture environment as well, and we work with them on that. We also have to do it carefully. Mostly, I just wanted to use this picture. So I was in Nebraska last week and visited Ashfall, which was a site of watering hole 12 million years ago when a huge volcano, super volcano in Idaho erupted and fell on Nebraska and buried these animals at this watering hole, who then came because they were uncomfortable and sick. And there's hundreds and hundreds of fully intact fossils of three-toed horses and rhinos and camels in Nebraska, and you can go and see them, and they're still digging them up. But I was really thinking about, that's what we do in the classroom with student beliefs. We do it carefully and gently and quietly, get them to sort of dig down into their beliefs, to really analyze and reflect on them, and then learn and grow from the beliefs of other people. So this is not the kind of thing when we work with faculty, we don't just kind of jump in and hit people with our beliefs. And certainly faculty shouldn't be doing that. We help people kind of do this paleontology where they're digging in and figuring things out and exploring their own views and their own expertise, and then doing that in dialogue with other people, always with critical reflection and analysis. We talk with faculty also about framing controversy, not as what divides us, but what we collaborate together to work on. So for example, I teach a class that is on the climate crisis. And I don't present it as something that divides us politically, because we can easily find things about that topic that may divide us politically. But here are problems that can be solved, and we need to work with each other across our differences, bringing our different perspectives, because diversity is helpful to us in learning and growing and in discovery. And so we're going to attack problems together. We're not going to attack each other. So we frame controversy in that way. We frame it as problem solving. I talk a lot with faculty about pedagogical neutrality. And for all of the years of my career in teaching ethics, students constantly are asking me, well, Dr. Keith, what do you think? What do you think about abortion? What do you think about religion in the state? What do you think about our responsibilities to each other? And I always say, this is not a class in what Dr. Keith thinks. This is a class in all of the things that we're studying together and unpacking all of these problems and issues, and you developing your views and you in dialogue with each other about those views. And if you want to know what I think, I might, depending on the class, on the last day of class, answer your questions, honestly. Sometimes I don't, depending on the class too. But I'm always clear, and I've had to work hard on that. It's not about me in the classroom. It's about the students and their learning and growth. And it's my learning and growth too, but it's about them. And so I found the hard way early in my career that if I say, well, this is what I think, things shut down. People aren't as willing to discuss. And I don't want that from any of my students. And I don't want them walking out as clones of me. And faculty don't want that either. So we work hard on how to do that kind of neutral work with students. We do it through thinking about logical argumentation and teaching those skills of critical thinking. We do it by using those shared campus values and reminding students that they are constantly learning essential skills for their careers and their lives in doing this. All right. So we also do it, I won't go through all these things, but we create a learning climate that is going to be conducive to this. So we work hard on collaboration in the classroom, on community building, so that students come with a sense of belonging and inclusion. And we do exercises in the classroom to do this. So students across their political differences or their cultural differences feel comfortable with each other, laugh and talk together, and solve problems together. We also work on what rules are of conversation and debate. Sometimes I work with faculty on allowing students to remain anonymous, doing in-class writing that the instructor might read, so we get the perspectives out there so people have a voice even if they aren't comfortable using that voice themselves. We work with faculty on offering lots of low-stake opportunities for students to share viewpoints and disagree, and then we raise the stakes. I do an exercise where I actually have students physically move around the class based on their belief system. And I don't start with, okay, if you are pro-life, go over here. And if you are pro-choice over there, that would shut things down. I start with things like chocolate ice cream, vanilla ice cream, dogs, cats. And we have a good laugh and we work together and we build up to those harder things. And by the end of the semester, they're standing on other sides of the classroom saying, oh, that is interesting that you're over there. I didn't know that about you. Tell me about that view, rather than I'm over here and you're over there. So we work with building that kind of community in the classroom with faculty. We have a Brave Activities Toolkit. It includes all kinds of exercises like that. This is my class last year doing an exercise where they were literally tangled in yarn, learning about interconnections between diverse ideas. So we share all of these. I won't explain all of these, but they're fun, interesting activities for the students to take ownership of their learning. And they're great things. We train faculty, like, have some of these in your back pocket. So if things in class aren't really working the way you want them to on a topic, maybe it's something about biotechnology in a biology classroom, pull one of these things out of your pocket. These are surefire ways to get students talking and working together. So we have a Brave Activities Toolkit. A lot of this, some of it is high tech, some of it is low tech, doing things like clicker polls where students can weigh in, but you don't know who it is. And then you have individual students explain what they're seeing in the diverse viewpoints, or having to explain what a viewpoint is, whether or not it was theirs. So they're learning different perspectives. And then we work a lot on writing techniques. I always say, when in doubt, have students write. Have everybody take 2 minutes to kind of reflect, write something down, and then share it, or sometimes don't even share it. But it's a good way to get students really thinking and to sometimes diffuse heated situations. So we work on a lot of activities like that with faculty. In the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, our mantra is good teaching is inclusive. We teach inclusive pedagogy, but we don't always teach it as a separate thing. It's infused in everything that we do. So the RISE QEP will be working extensively in our CITL office, and we have a new staff person coming in. We're in the middle of a hire right now on educational pedagogy for inclusion and belonging. We work with faculty on themselves modeling intellectual and personal humility. I'm a philosopher, so we go back to Socrates. It's all about what I don't know and how great that is. I talk about that with students. Let me tell you all the things I don't know. and you're going to teach me some things. We talk about implicit bias. I invite faculty to get to know students, whether that's going to class early. I do an exercise, and I share this with faculty, where I have students tell me their walk-up songs. I like to go to minor league baseball, and all the players have walk-up songs, right? I ask students their walk-up songs, and I play them throughout the semester. I get there early so students hear their music when they come in. And they're always like, whose music is it today? And they're waiting to hear their song. I learned some things too. Sometimes I learned some words I didn't know from the music. But we unpack tools like that for faculty to really get to know students, to create the sense of inclusion. We work with faculty on being active facilitators. So if something does go wrong in a classroom, if a microaggression occurs, and mostly those occur without people knowing they're really doing it, how to deal with that in a productive and constructive way in the classroom so that it's a learning experience and not a stop doing that right now experience, which shuts things down. And we also work a lot on creating accessible and universally designed materials so that all students feel a sense of belonging when they come to our classroom. And we also work on assessing impact, and my office does this extensively, where we go in and, at the request of faculty, do mid-course reviews with classes. We actually ask students how things are going for their learning, what suggestions they have in the middle of the semester. So we don't wait for evaluations at the end, and then we give that anonymous feedback to faculty. We also do course observations, where we go in and observe teaching and then report confidentially to those faculty on the kinds of things that we saw and some goals for improvement. We work on pre and post assessments for everything from perspectives to skills and content, where students are doing an assignment at the beginning and end of the semester that we can then compare. And it's a great assignment to have students compare their views at the beginning and the end and then reflect on that. And we also make available different kinds of reflective work that students can do. Usually we call these in pedagogy classroom critical incident reports, where students simply have an opportunity, maybe every day or once a week, to say, here's something I learned today. Here's something I don't know. Here's something that happened in class that's got me scratching my head, or here's something I need you, the instructor, to know about how I felt in class today. So if students don't feel like they want to come to office hours, they have a way of communicating those things. And so we give out models of those kinds of things. And we do learning outcomes assessment, and we invite faculty, if you have dispositional goals, if you want students to understand multiple perspectives as a result of your class, that should be a learning outcome. And there are assignments we can help with that actually will test for that in the classroom. So Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning that I work with is doing this in multiple ways. Starting this year, we have what we're calling LIFT Fellows, or Learning Innovation for Fulfilling Teaching, where faculty will work with us from syllabus design all the way through to student evaluations at the end of the semester, with touch points on the way, to design for any kind of teaching and learning, but Brave Pedagogy will be part of that. In our quality enhancement plan, the RISE QEP, we'll be doing an extensive course development institute, where we will involve a lot of this. And in fact, the workshop that I'm kind of showcasing today is one of the things faculty will do as part of that. And we do this every day in the Center for Innovative Teaching and Learning, whether it's faculty coaching and consultation. Faculty usually come to us when they've got a problem they want to suss out in a class, and we sit down and talk about that, set some goals, do some coaching, and then go in and observe and give evaluation or feedback. But we also have mini grants for high impact experiential learning practices in the classroom, and we keep a continual list of resources on an internal LMS page called Resilient and Flexible Teaching, where faculty can just go at midnight and look stuff up if they want to. So that is what we are doing for faculty, because we would like all of our faculty to feel at least a little bit comfortable and competent in engaging students in really difficult but really important problems, whether it's in nursing or philosophy or psychology or business ethics or biology or anywhere, because students bring things in even if you didn't intend it sometimes. But we want them to do it in a way that is pedagogically neutral, where we explore values without imposing our own, and in a way that really facilitates dialogue and helps the students and ourselves become more adept at having conversations across differences that, as I like to think of, create more light than heat. So thanks very much. Happy to answer any questions or share anything else.
Thank you so much. We really appreciate all that you've done here and presented to us. So it was really great to hear. Does anyone have any questions?
Just one quick question. How does this correlate back to the Civil Discourse and Freedom of Expression Task Force?
Thanks very much. So as you saw in the task force recommendations, we are planning some faculty development so that when we have, I talked earlier, we want to prepare campus for having this kind of dialogue, and we want to offer opportunities. So the offering opportunities means we bring things up in class a little bit more, and we bring in speakers and events on campus, but preparing ourselves in part is going to be faculty development. So that when students want to talk about critical issues, we're prepared to do so in the classroom. So this is part of that faculty development in the curricular part of the recommendations.
Are there any other questions? Thank you again so much for staying so late with us.
Oh,
We really
thank you.
appreciate it. Well, we are now at the end of our agenda. If there are any other items that you'd like to bring up, say it fast. Because I think everybody's ready
Deb, I
to
did
go.
want to mention, I want to thank Bob and Tyler for their support on the nominating committee. I failed to mention that earlier, so thank you guys so much.
Great. I do encourage you to look at the dates that are listed in the agenda and make sure that those are on your calendars. But I also want to just say thank you to you all for being so engaged today and being so passionate about Radford. It is wonderful to have this type of energy again on the board. And I really feel like the next year could be really meaningful in terms of impact.
Final word, it's been an honor to serve with you.
No. But thank you too to the staff, faculty and staff who've been here to support us, all the work that you all do in the Capitol level, as well as the staff in general and the faculty, all that they've done to support us. And Lisa, if you're still here, thank you so much for taking time out of your busy family weekend to be with us. It's great. So, and Karen, thank you very much for always keeping us on task. And Mike, thank you for always keeping us within the lines. So, but thank you all. Safe travels back. Take care.